Recording in progress.
That's really impressive at 9 exactly. Welcome to the regular Board of Supervisors meeting for June 18th, 2024. I'm going to call the meeting to order. It is 9 a.m. Supervisor Zanger, can you lead us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Can I get an acknowledgement of posting?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, 5-0. Presentations and recognitions. I don't believe we have any, Deputy CAO.
No, we do not have any today.
Okay, and then department head announcements. I believe we have 2.
Yes, we have 2. One from elections from our clerk recorder registrar of voters, Francisco Diaz, and then we also have Gracie Rodriguez from administration.
Thank you. Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Madam Chair. So today I'm here to do 2 department head announcements. The first one, I want to thank the department head, Madam Chair, and I also want to thank the members of the community who came out to our Flag Day, where we commemorated and celebrated that on June 14, 1777, the Continental Congress adopted officially the stripes and stars as the official flag of the United States. It was a great showing. We had about 50 members of the community, and I think everyone was very appreciative, especially because we had Hope Services leading the Pledge of Allegiance, and we also had the veterans raising the flag. Now, my second department head announcement that I have is today, I'm happy to announce that through a lot of hard work, we were able to receive our green certification for the elections office, making us the only department in the county and also the only elections office in the state of California to be certified green. As we all know, we had already received our green certification, but due to the fire, we had to redo the process. And it's been a meticulous effort by Chao Quijano, who I want to recognize because she spent the last 6 months getting our building up to the standards and requirements needed for us to be able to become green certified. And unfortunately, a lot of the times people in some of our office don't get the recognition that is due to them. So today I also want to recognize her because she's been with us officially 4 years with the county of San Benito, hadn't had any elections or county experience prior to coming to us. And we were very fortunate that I was able to snatch her when she was working temporary with the auditor's office. She's been working meticulously in the office for a green certification, but also does all our payrolls and budgeting and claims for the elections office. Especially after a year after our fire, as you can imagine, there's been a lot of claims and a lot of auditing and essentially a lot of work that's been done. So I want to thank her, and also she's going to say a couple words.
Thank you, Francisco. Good morning, Madam Chair. So I'm really excited to be here. As you know, it's been hard work. I was really sad to lose my certificate, but then again, it's a challenge and I'm willing to take. So I just want to show my little temporary certificate. But we're also going to have July 17 at the Chamber of Commerce Green Mixer at St. Francis Retreat in San Juan Bautista. I believe it's at 5:30 to 7. So I would love it if all the board supervisor and Madam Chair, please come and join us to celebrate with us. That's it. Thank you so much for letting me be here.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, and members of the public. I just wanted to provide a reminder that the county is celebrating its 150th at the San Benito County Historical Park out on Airline Highway. We just wanted to provide a reminder. It's going to be July 27th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and we hope everyone is able to go out and enjoy the various activities we have planned. Thank you.
Thank you, Gracie. Okay, board announcements. Is there anybody that'd like to go first? Nobody's.
I'll go first, that's fine.
Oh, Supervisor Cosmicky.
So, yeah, just a few things. We had our Fire Protection Committee meeting with the City of Hollister, City of San Juan. We discussed the feasibility study that would be necessary for a fire protection district, and also broached the recent termination of the termination clause that was sent out from the City of Hollister to the county in San Juan Bautista, basically giving us 270 days to not have a contract with the city, even though our contract runs through December of 2025, and we're going to work through that. And then we have I had the Community Choice Energy. There was an advisory committee member for that, and I worked with San Juan Council member John Freeman on a selection committee, and we're going to be recommending Selena Stotler, who's in the audience here, to be on the Community Advisory Committee for 3CE. So looking forward to that. And then on Saturday, I attended the Pride event that was co-hosted by Behavioral Health, and they did a great job. It was at Dunn Park. Lots of activities and things were set up. And I spoke a bit at the outset, and just again want to congratulate Behavioral Health for doing a nice job there. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Sotelo? Supervisor Zanger? Nope. Nope. Okay, I just want to say thank you to the elections office for the raising of the flag and celebrating Flag Day. That was really great. I enjoyed attending that, and I was really happy I was able to bring one of my dogs because they had a vet appointment. But it was fun. It was great seeing everyone from Hope Services and from our local community. The other thing is we did meet, we had a economic development advisory committee meeting. We don't really have anything to report out at this time. And then attended the business council. I did attend the town hall for the high school. It was I hadn't attended for quite some time, and they had a workshop. It was very informative. They had a nice video of the design of the second high school, the draft design. If people are interested in that, I believe they posted it on their website. And besides that, that's it. So with that, let's move on to public comment for any items that are not on the agenda.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card on Zoom. Please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, we'll start with Sandy Patterson.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Chairwoman, and audience. My name is Sandy Patterson Jamark, and I live at 2900 Fairview Road, Space 5 here in Hollister. That's District 1. I didn't see on the agenda anything about Santana Ranch or Anderson's Homes.
It's a public hearing.
Okay. So what number is it? Because I didn't find it. 2.5, it's 2.0.
It's on the
It's on regular.
the
Sorry,
regular
my
agenda.
apologies. It's on regular.
Thank you. So I have to be up in Los Gatos at 11, so I can't speak on that. But the other thing I want to speak on is our law enforcement. Colin Kosmicki, I saw what you said on the news, and you are not pro-law enforcement. I was here in this chambers when you refused to give Sheriff Eric Taylor 2 deputies for the hemp program. And you said, oh, you don't need 2, you only need 1. And I don't know if you remember what I told you when I got up. Have you ever been out there when you have to have backup and you got an hour to an hour and a half away and you're walking into a hemp program? Most of the time that they grow illegals in between there, and they've got such a high genetics now, you can't tell the difference. I have a friend that works over in the valley. So that was kind of hypocritical of you to say something like that, because you are not pro, and you don't give these guys enough budget. Every other county gives more. City of Hollister gives more. 6% is the budget for San Benito County Sheriff's Department. You know what? When it all comes down, he's the ultimate law here in San Benito County when there's an emergency. And you need to back these guys and women on that force. And you don't. You out and out lied in that interview. And I'm calling you out on it, because another thing I ask, I put it to everyone that was on the board at that time. You go out and you do a ride-along, and not day shift. You do swing shift or graveyard. And I didn't see any one of you, especially not you, go out on a ride-along. So you have no clue what these, you have to know every aspect of what you sit up there and do, and you don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in chambers, Rob Bernowski.
Good morning, Chairman Curro and fellow board members. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. Just wanted to express some thoughts, and please, Chair Curro, I'm going to use the word hospital. I'm not talking about your closed session item. In all seriousness, I've been more impressed with the Board of Supervisors than this one in terms of responsiveness and how you conduct yourselves in public and in front of the media as well. But as many of you know, I am a single lane person right now, and that does have to do with the hospital, which to some extent you folks are involved in. And my concern that I expressed to you well over a year ago was the situation was becoming like Bell, California. And in my meetings in the community, which are quite frequent, including as over the weekend, we were looking at everything that the county's dealing with. And my request is going to be weird, and I'm trying to think of a word that I can speak in public, but I just want to make sure that you all keep your stuff together on this. You seem to work together well, and I need, as a member of the community, to see you keep working on that. But just looking at it from my perspective, the things that you're dealing with, obviously we know that there's some turmoil in the chief administrative office position. We've had a horrific embezzlement somewhere between $100,000 and $500,000. We've had the landfill issue, and we've had a jailbreak recently, and all of this stuff sort of touches you, and I just need to ask that each of you know what each of your positions is, and when you're speaking publicly about it, be respectful of each other, not that you're not, but acknowledge you might have a difference of opinion, but what your opinion is, and make sure that you're sharing it there, because I just want to make sure we keep the animosity that can come into situations with all of this going on. I mean, look at all the people here in the departments recommended that you be the senior board in the county and you're watching out for us. Because I have to tell you, I do have this draft article coming out, and this has more to do with the hospital board, but we're going to do the things that the elected will not if we feel like things are being ignored. And again, I don't want to get too much into the hospital board type stuff, but I do feel in that situation, that board is totally ignoring what the will of the people is. And I started out with a compliment towards you because you guys seem to be very sensitive to what the will of the people is. I know you can't please everyone, and I'm just encouraging you, keep being the way you're doing, and we'll support you. The community will support you as much as we can.
Thank you for your comment.
And also I have a quick clarification. The Santana Ranch item is 2.2, not 2.5.
Thank you for that clarification.
And next I have on Zoom, Elia, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. I I am hereby giving notice to the board members and the county council that I will be filing a complaint for violation of the Ralph M. Brown Act. Each violation is a misdemeanor, a flagrant lack of transparency. These last few months, numerous closed sessions have occurred under the guise of performance evaluation of county council and county administrative officer. After closed sessions, you have come back and reported absolutely nothing of what occurred in closed session, other than staff was given direction. When in reality, you have been discussing the dismantling of San Benito County Council Department, leaving San Benito County employees who are residents of this community unemployed. Prentice Long participation in these meetings is self-serving for financial gain in violation of California Government Code 1090. You are attempting to dismantle each elected official.
Excuse me, you're talking about an agenda item. So this is for items not on the agenda. Thank you, Colin.
One other on Zoom.
She can continue as long as it's not for an agenda item.
Elia, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay, am I unmuted?
Yep, you're unmuted.
Thank you. You are attempting to dismantle each elected official office of the auditor, assessor, and treasurer in an effort to
Again,
make
that's an
it an
agenda
appointed
item.
position. What follows,
That's an agenda item for, it's the last item, it's the future agenda items for discussion, and that will have a public comment at that time. We're gonna, go ahead.
She's unmuted.
You're unmuted.
Am I given my time back?
You have the time, but you need to stay on items that are not on the agenda.
I am speaking to you on your actions that have nothing to do with anything on the agenda, and you need to let me finish, please.
Council, please, if you need to interrupt, I need help here.
I'll call out of order.
I don't know where.
Okay, go ahead, you can continue, but stay
I
on
don't
it.
know where I left off. That's the thing. You keep muting me, and I don't know where I left off, and I don't even know how much time I have left. You are attempting to dismantle each elected official as the auditor, the treasurer,
I'm gonna
and
have to,
the assessors in an effort to make each appointment.
Elia,
decision.
I'm going to have to call a point of order. You're talking about a future agenda item that will be discussed at the end of this agenda, and it will have public comment at that time. These are for items that are not on the agenda. You still have 1 minute and 33 seconds.
You're making a statement that I'm speaking about a future agenda item. I don't know what is a future agenda item because it has not been released. It is not on today's agenda, and I am allowed to make a comment.
It is on the agenda. It is a future agenda item. It's item 5.1. It will be discussed as a future agenda item. The attachment is attached with a description of the agenda item.
Supervisor Kosmicki, you continually do not support nonprofits in the Sheriff's Department, yet you want to set aside $400,000 for an assistant CAO. This is ridiculous. You need to start supporting law enforcement, all of you together as a whole. Law enforcement is one of the most important public safety to our community, and to continue to disrespect the office of the Sheriff's Department by not supporting them either financially or in public, and not having going out there and making negative comments about your department and in your county is really detrimental to this entire community. And I wish, Mr. Kosmicki, you would stop doing this. And I don't even know if I have any time left or not.
You do. You have over 35 seconds.
Okay, well, thank you. I want to let you all know that you must seek out a third-party, unbiased legal opinion on what you have on the agendas, what you have on future agendas, and the meetings that you're having in closed session. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next on Zoom, Celeste, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. It is my understanding that our board is not interested in putting law enforcement first. Research finds that increased police staffing can help prevent crime. Each additional officer results in 1.3 fewer violent crimes and 4.2 fewer property crimes per year, primarily through deterrence. Our local correctional officers make around approximately, I may be wrong, 70,000, but that's what our county job placement says. And I know that amount is lower than what you board members are making. And in my opinion, and others locally believe that as far as what you guys make, you shouldn't be making what you are making now. So our law enforcement should be put first in our county. I'm not sure if you guys travel out of town or you're stuck in a little bubble in Hollister and San Benito County, but if you go just next door to our neighbor counties, Santa Clara, San Jose, they're becoming overwhelmed with crime, and it's just an ugly place to see and live. Now I understand why so many individuals are coming here to live, because we just have a beautiful county and we need to keep it that way. So by keeping that way, we need to put our law enforcement first. You know, going to those job positions, dealing with what they deal with as a family member as well. You know, those families go through hardship because of the chaos that their work puts them in. And then not being able to afford just the basic necessities, to being able to pay your mortgage or electric bill because you're not making enough and you have to work overtime, is just sad. It's very unfortunate that we have to put our local officers in that position. And yes, our local officers love doing their job. So they more than willingly help each other because they're a team. It's a brotherhood, a sisterhood that they can trust one another to be there and guide each other and helping each other, right? Through safety and security. But our county to not support that is very unfortunate. And I'm just ashamed of everyone that's on the board that didn't agree with increasing their pay. And it's just, I'm heartbroken for our sheriff, because he's doing just an amazing job in that position right now for what he has. So you guys need to either step out of your positions. I know eventually you'll get removed from there, so I'm not worried about it.
Thank you for your comments.
I have no further public comment on general.
Okay, so we're going to move on to consent. I'm going to open it up to public comment for consent.
If you'd like to make a comment on consent items, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have one on Zoom. Elia, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I honestly don't remember the item number, but it has to do with the amendment to the county contract, amendment number 1 and amendment number 2. Regarding amendment number 1, I feel that there's a conflict of interest with Sean Cameron is the attorney who signed it. Sean Cameron is an employee of Prentice Long. That amendment is for $50,000 to provide human resources. What is Henny Ring's position? I thought that's what she was supposed to do. I don't understand why you need to give Prentice Long $50,000 for services for human resources. And then amendment number 2, I again say there's a conflict of interest with Sean Cameron. He's an employee of Prentice Long. And then you have the contract is signed on June the 6th by Sean Cameron, who is, again, like I said, an employee. And then you have the amendment itself that was the exhibit, I'm sorry. And then the amendment itself is signed by County Council, Deputy County Council Ekham Barr. And in my opinion, Ekham Barr is signing that agreement under duress. This is one of the individuals that is possibly losing his job. So how do you have someone sign a contract when they're about to lose their job? And if he doesn't do it, what are the recourses if he doesn't sign this? Again, you all need to be looking out for a third party non-biased, and the district attorney is there for you. It's in the law that if you cannot deal with your county council for any reason, you feel there's a conflict, then you go out and you seek the help of the district attorney. If the district attorney is not able to help you, then he will let you know, and then you may go to another third party. But the way you guys are doing it is completely inaccurate, and you are proving to yourselves that you are kind of being country pumpkins, like you don't know what you're doing and you're just following along with some guy who's got a JD and you think it's smarter than everybody in the room. And individually, as a whole, you individually need to be doing some research. You need to be asking questions. Is this what we can do if we cannot do it? Go out and the district attorney is available to you to help you out. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
I have no further public comment on consent.
Okay, bringing it back to the board on consent, are there any items the board wishes to pull? Supervisor Gonzalez?
I would like to pull 1.1, 1.2, 1.4, 1.9, 1.11, 1.14, 1.16, and 1.43 for explanation purposes, Eric. Okay.
Okay, Supervisor Kozmicki?
Just 1.42, please.
Supervisor Zanger, Supervisor Sotelo? Okay, so just to make sure, because I have a list here. So 1.1, 1.2, 1.4, 1.9, 1.11, 1.14, 1.16, 1.37, 1.42, and 1.43 are all being pulled. Okay, we're on the same page. Okay, can I get a motion to approve the remaining?
Move to approve the remaining contract on the remaining consent items that were not pulled.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That's a 5-0 on the remaining items. So those consent items will be moved to the end of the agenda unless we end up having time prior to adjourning for closed session, or going into closed session. So now we're moving on to regular agenda, item number 2.1, which is the county clerk registrar of voters. Francisco Diaz is accepting the county clerk certification of the initiative petition. Good morning.
Good morning. Morning, Board of Supervisors. Again, Madam Chair. Pursuant to Elections Code 9118, I am here to present the County Clerk Recorder certification of the initiative petition to amend the county general plan to require voter approval before redesignating agricultural, rural, or range lands and remove commercial regional designations from 4 Highway 101 nodes. Now, I'll give you some context. To qualify a petition, you need signatures from at least 10% of the total votes cast for all gubernatorial candidates in the last election, which require a minimum of 1,985 signatures. On May 21st, the County Elections Office received 149 pages containing 3,480 signatures. A random sample of 500 signatures was then verified according to California Code of Regulations sections 2510 and 2540 to 2540. The statistical analysis revealed that 2,875 valid signatures, exceeding the required number by 144.8%, demonstrating substantial support for the initiative. This result met the criteria in Elections Code Section 9115, which requires that the sample of signatures statistically exceed 110% of the necessary total. According to Elections Code 9118, the Board of Supervisors must either move to adopt the measure without alteration or adopt a resolution to present the measure to the voters at the next regular scheduled election. Here today, staff recommendation is that the Board of Supervisors accept the County Clerk Recorder Register of Voters certification of the initiative and either move to adopt the measure without alteration or adopt a resolution to present the measure to the voters at the next regular scheduled election.
Thank you.
Questions?
Okay, we're going to open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, we'll start with Andy. And after Andy, Mary, you can come up.
Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Andy Shaw-Coron. I'm here representing Campaign to Protect San Benito and Protect San Benito County. I was one of the folks who helped collect signatures for this initiative. I myself collected 541 signatures. We collected all these signatures within 5 weeks in this county when we had up to 180 days to do it. So there's substantial support for this initiative in our county. But I'm here to talk a little bit about what you need to do in proceeding forward on this initiative. First of all, we don't urge you to adopt the initiative because we told people that we wanted the people to have a chance to vote on this issue. And so that would actually be unfair, I think, if you were to adopt the initiative as it stands. That would be dishonest. So let's talk a little bit about dishonesty. The last time that this initiative came up, and it's been changed some since 2 years ago, the county supervisors, in my view, put their thumb on the scale to try to oppose this initiative, which I think was disrespectful to the people of San Benito County. One of the ways they put their thumb on the scale was to prepare a 9111 economic impact report that was clearly biased, clearly trying to find what was wrong with the initiative rather than what its economic impact was. I was just rereading it and reviewing it this morning from 2 years ago, and it's clear they didn't even look at the 3 counties that have actually done this 30 years ago, that it's incredibly popular and has worked very well. So they didn't evaluate actually how the initiative works when they evaluated its economic impact report. It also assumed that the supervisors would approve every project that came in front of them, and the voters would turn down every project that came in front of them, which is a ludicrous assumption. And therefore, it either says that you guys don't represent the people of our county, or that the folks who did this thing were just trying to make an argument for economic losses. So a ludicrous assignment. So on another score, the supervisors allowed the chief administrative officer to put out a mailer under the guise of a newsletter about the elections to try to persuade people not to vote for this initiative. We filed complaints with the Fair Political Practices Commission. Those are still live right now, and that was illegal. And I urge you to direct the CAO not to repeat that illegal offense. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Hi, Hi, my name is Mary Shaw Coran. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd also like to address the 9111 report, which you have, I'm not sure who you've retained, but I hope it is not applied development economics. They're the ones who were paid, I think, about $50,000 or so last year. I think it was a real injustice. It was not a fair analysis. As was mentioned before, they did not look at a lot of data points. The initiative that we're proposing is based on what Ventura, Napa, and Sonoma did about 30 to 33 years ago. There's a lot of data. Those counties are some of the most prosperous counties and most desirable ones to live in. And the fact that the economists, so-called economists, did not look at that data point, but made a whole bunch of assumptions, including that, first of all, they're mind readers. They're assuming that they know how the voters will vote, which is that they will turn down every project. I don't think that's the case. We've asked the people in Napa and Sonoma, and especially in Ventura, and they said that there were a number of projects that were approved, but the voters had a say, so therefore the developers had to work with the community, and those communities ended up with much better quality development. In fact, Napa told me that they recently approved a project, not this year, but in the past year or so, and the voters or the community wanted certain things. They wanted parks, they wanted a Whole Foods, very picky, and they got it. So I'm just saying that when you have an initiative like this, it can actually give you better quality development. That's what Ventura did also. They said there was a large community that was built, a subdivision. They had to work with the Latino community in Ventura, and they ended up with the developers working with that community to find out what the community wanted. They ended up with a much better quality development than the ones here in our county, where I noticed the new subdivisions have tiny little parks. They don't have very much at all. The other thing I wanted to mention is that the mailer that the supervisors did opposing Measure Q 2 years ago, we hope that you will not support something like that again. We believe several people filed a FPPC commission report. Our attorney wrote a letter to the FPPC just a few days ago urging them to expedite their investigation of this board and the illegal electioneering that was done during Measure Q. So we hope they will expedite it. We think it was totally illegal. There were 4 complaints filed, and they said they're still investigating. So we hope this board will not do another illegal mailer, because it was in the guise of a newsletter, but there was no election newsletter before that election. We had a recent election in March. This board did not do another mailer, election mailer. Thank you.
Next in chambers, Maureen Nelson. No, and you'll be next.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board. My name is Maureen Nelson. I'm a resident of San Benito County, live in Santana Ranch. So, as a board member for Don't Dump on San Benito, our group is behind this initiative. This initiative includes the landfill, and we think that we need every precaution available to secure our well-being for the residents of this county. We hear oftentimes, what are we going to do without a landfill? Well, let's get our act together and let's start working on it. Thank you, Selena, for the invitation to the Integrated Waste Management meeting. I appreciate that. I will try to be there, certainly. I asked to be, I will do it. So, also, along with this initiative, we don't need a thumb put on what's being voted upon. When we get our voters' packet, we have an opportunity to see the pros and the cons presented to each item on that ballot. We don't need a special mailer that seems to sway in one direction or the other. By presenting pros and cons in the packet with the ballot provides both sides for people to see what's on and what's written. It's not a one-sided. It gives a fair analysis for both parties to present. So I plead with you to not put your weight behind this and sway this in any way. Leave it to the vote of the people. That is what the initiative has offered. That's what the voters who signed on this petition to get it on the ballot are requesting, and that's what we deserve as citizens of this county. And we hope that you do your job and respect your citizens. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next in chambers, Robert.
Morning, Supervisors. My name is Robert Harmson. I'm a retired lawyer that came to San Benito County about 10 years ago. I love it here. I came because of the rural nature of the county. The previous speakers that I just heard from, I support all of their points of view. I read recently that Sonoma County has a group of billionaires that wish to change the nature of the county single-handedly. That's a frightening thought. San Benito County is uniquely positioned next to Silicon Valley in a way that makes us a target for development. And we're going to be under increasing pressure to develop in ways that many of us don't think are appropriate. So putting it in the hands of the voters is an informed position. It's really a question of let the public know what the issues are and let the public vote on it. It doesn't mean anti-growth. There's smart growth and good growth and bad growth. We're just looking to weigh in with the voters to say, well, what do you think about this once they're fully informed? So, I think it's a great opportunity to identify the direction that most people want to see taken in terms of future development. A lot of money coming from all over the place to develop San Benito County to be more like San Jose. And that's something that I personally don't want to see happen. So that was my purpose for being here today. And I endorse the earlier speakers. I share their views. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
And I have one on Zoom. Elia, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So, they went out and they got these signatures and, you have the speaker saying that, to be honest and to be open and to be transparent, yet they went out and got these signatures without being transparent, without being honest. And most of those people who signed those documents didn't even know what they were signing. They were signing what they were being told. You want to control the growth of economic development in San Benito County would be an economic disaster. And what these folks don't understand is that it would have to go to the vote. Well, it costs money to go to a vote. So why would any corporation, company, or individual want to come and build any kind of a new business in San Benito County, in any part of the county, because it's going to have to go to a vote. Now, is it going to wait for an election year, or is it going to be a special election? It costs money for them. So it is cheaper for them to go build somewhere else. You cannot compare San Benito County to Ventura, Sonoma, Napa, all these counties. You can't. They have a vital economic already happening without having any industrial or companies coming in for them. They're wine countries. That's their agricultural economic to the counties. That's how they make money, and that's how they run the county based on this. There are major corporations that are building within the cities of these counties. So you're just talking about the county themselves, but there's also development within the cities. And you don't need to build in those counties because the majority of those counties are, you go down south, they're avocado orchards, they're vineyards, they're different kind of things. And that brings tourism to that. So we don't have the tourism with the wine industry to compare that to, look how great it is. I spend a lot of time up in Sonoma County. Every month I'm up there, and it is not compared to San Benito County. San Benito County is wide open space, I don't think these people understand that only less than 6% of the entire county, including the cities, is actually constructed with some kind of a building on it. We have much more than it is, but these individuals are actually wanting to. Did my time go up?
No, you're still there.
I had to unmute myself. Sorry. Okay. Anyway, I'm just saying that you cannot compare San Benito County to all these other counties. You have to do what you have to do with letting it go to the vote. But we have to go out there and we have to tell the truth of how this measure is economic.
Thank you for your comments.
I do have one other on Zoom. Julio, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, all. I just wanted to endorse putting this measure on the ballot. I would like to just address some of the comments that were made and some of the speculation that developers and special interests will not take the time to put these things on the ballot. In 2020, a project from Newport Pacific Beach did decide to put something on the ballot. It was the infamous Strata Verde project. And the reason, obviously, they did that was because, well, they felt they wanted to address the voters. They felt they could get it passed through the ballot initiative process. That was their legal right. This was something that they wanted to do. Now, I think they did it nefariously because to circumvent the environmental review process. But with that being said, nonetheless, they did spend the money. In fact, they spent millions of dollars over the last few years to try to get their project pushed. In fact, they actually are now bringing it back through the legislative process. And the Board of Supervisors, not this board, well, actually several boards, have decided to basically disregard the vote of the people. So this is why the initiative process, this is why our measure is so important. It's important because we don't trust the Board of Supervisors. We don't trust that you guys are going to make the right decision. And I stand corrected. There are two of you that actually do, I think, have regard for the voters. But history has shown us that the Board of Supervisors do not have very little regard for what the people want. We're tired of urban sprawl. And I will say that lastly that, yes, you guys are not necessarily responsible for the disastrous urban sprawl that the county is currently dealing with. But this is simply a reaction to just the mismanagement of county land. We've lost 40% of our agricultural land. Lastly, the economic report, the economics of this initiative. Nobody's talking about the cumulative impacts, the cumulative environmental impacts of losing environmental land or losing agricultural land. Having a population that commutes, 50% commutes into the Bay Area. Nowhere does the economic report talk about this. I think the economics is skewed. I think the economic.
Thank you for your comments.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So today, I've come to rejoice in the placing upon the ballot of this initiative, this democracy initiative, or as I like to call it, this democracy imperative. The wheels of history have begun to turn again. They came for us in 2014. They came for us again with Measure Q. I have in my hand a fistful of articles from Measure J. A lot of the same propaganda was used back then as it was used with Measure Q, and as I expect with this initiative as well. A lot of same concepts, elitism, revenue, stuff like that. But a lot of these folks behind the campaign to protect San Benito we're also the same people who help defend our county against the big oil. They are the reason, and I owe an immense debt of gratitude to them for the fact that I drink clean water and grew up on clean water. I mean, some people have complaints about the water, but you know what I mean. It could have been a lot worse. So I owe an immense debt of gratitude to those folks because they're the reason why I didn't drink far worse water. Now, in a lot of the Measure Q mailers that Neighbors to Preserve San Benito sent out, Neighbors to Preserve San Benito being a defunct company as of late 2022, a lot of them did ask questions like, when do Republicans and Democrats agree? When do they ever get along? Well, why is it that the one time they did, there's over $400,000 involved? Why is that? I'm curious. Like, why is it that $400,000 brought these two? Like, the one time they come together, it's because there's $400,000 involved, and that's just on Measure Q alone. Measure R brings it almost to $1 million, maybe a little bit more. I forget which one. It's huge, and so I also have here. Dang, I lost my train of thought. My point is that there was a lot of money involved. There's a lot of disinformation involved by the opposite side, and I have a stack of evidence proving it. There is no question about who here is our friends. It's the folks who kept their water clean, not the billion-dollar corporations from Southern California and Texas. And I can prove it when I say this: mainland China. I can prove that. I have it here, I have it there, and I have it on my phone. I have copies everywhere. I've been spending months collecting all of this. I know exactly what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
I'm sorry, I didn't get your name, sir.
Joe.
Joe, thank you, Joe. And I have no further public comment on this item.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Is there any comments?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
I'm looking this way, sorry, Supervisor Sotelo?
Well, it's all that we're supposed to be deciding today is just we're just going to put it to a vote of the election, right?
So the Board of Supervisors has two options. One is to.
Right, I don't want to adopt it right now. I would want to send it to the voters. But I mean, is there a whole lot more that we need to get into with this right now? Or just that I support putting it to the vote?
So the motion will be to put it forward, to accept the resolution that's included in this packet, which then allows us to put it into the November 5th election ballot. Okay. And just to clarify, the resolution also directs the auditor controller to create a fiscal analysis that's going to be submitted to the voters. It's also going to direct county council to do an impartial analysis.
Yeah, I'd like to see all of that, so I'm in support of moving forward in that direction.
Okay, Supervisor Kosmicki, you had.
Yeah, no, so I think you clarified. So this would trigger the 911.
We did that in May.
I know, that's why I'm asking, because I thought we had to do that within a certain time frame of essentially putting this on the ballot, maybe 10 days or something. Like there was a certain time frame that we actually have to also do the 911 report.
So it's a good question. My understanding is the Board of Supervisors, based on the County Council's presentation in May, opted to have a 9111 report be presented to the board. And upon certification, which is going to happen today, the clerk certification, the board has 30 days for the report to be presented to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're following all the correct steps on that. And other than that, I have nothing to say. I think it goes without saying. Yeah, I mean, any sort of reports that we put together should be unbiased. I, certainly won't be giving direction to anybody on our staff or consultants to do anything that's not objective. And so other than that, that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Gonzalez.
So going back to the 30 days, and we are getting the 9111 report, right? So what is the 30 days in capsule?
So for the 9111 report, I will have to defer to County Council, as the Elections Office is not involved in that process, whether it's the contracting or anything else. We're essentially bringing in this initiative and only requesting the auditor and the County Council to create a separate analysis that goes into the booklet, the one that everyone receives. So, David, would you like to speak on that?
I'm asking in terms of the 30 days, when that applies and when's the expiration date? When do you expect to see this and the question that's going to be on the ballot? When will that be posed to us?
As far as the impartial analysis?
Yes.
As soon as it's certified, we'll start working on it. I can't tell you exactly when it's going to be done, but it'll be done shortly. It all has to be printed, so.
Correct. Madam, were you asking also about the 9111 report, correct?
Yes.
Is that going to be presented to the board? I believe that was the question.
That'll come within the next 30 days.
And we still need to see the question that will be posed on the ballot as well, because I support putting it on the ballot and letting the people decide. Okay, and so I'm looking at that timeframe. When will we as a board see that, and when will the public see that?
So the question, if I can, it's already been presented in the resolution, and the resolution that's included in the packet, we do have the question that was drafted by county council, and it's the same question that was brought forward in the initiative that was presented to the public when they signed the initiative.
I think what Supervisor Gonzalez is maybe asking is when it will come back to us. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're having a special board meeting in July, so July 16th. So this item would come back with the 9111 report and all of that. Am I understanding that correct?
Thank you, and that's what I wanted, that date out in the public. I'm aware of it, but I wanted to make sure the public is aware.
I'm going to clarify a couple of things real quick, because terminology is very confusing in elections. And as you know, I've lived this for way too many years. We have a question, which is the ballot label, which is in the resolution right now.
Correct.
That if we adopt and certify, that question cannot be altered. If we want to change that question, I have to defer to county council. You brought up the question. The other item is the impartial analysis. The impartial analysis is done by county council.
Correct.
The fiscal analysis is done by the county auditor. The 9111 report is done by outside counsel and was requested in May. And the 30-day deadline will be effective from the date that we certify the initiative. If that happens today, we would have a July 16th special board meeting, which we've already tentatively scheduled, to be able to receive that report. My question is about the ballot label, the question itself, the 75-word question. It's in the resolution right now. Is that the question that we are legally bound to have on the ballot?
That's the one that's being presented. Yes, you can't change it.
Okay, I wanted to just make that clear. If there's any challenge to the question, or is there any ability from this board, once we receive the 9111 report, to have any impact added to that question, or is that only in the 9111 report and the impartial analysis and fiscal impact report?
Right. You can't advocate one way or the other.
Right, we can't advocate, but in the 75-word ballot question, we do not have the authority as a body to change the wording of that because it was in the initiative. It would have to take a court action and a challenge in court.
Yes.
I just wanted to make that clear. Okay, Supervisor Kosmicki.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. So the 9111 report, that's been commissioned, I believe we gave authority to do so, but I think for transparency's sake, do we know who's doing the 9111 report?
That would be county council's question.
Or Dulce's coming up?
Dulce has it.
Yeah, I can give a brief update. We are contracting with Economic and Planning Systems, and they are currently working on it to get it, if the board adopts it by the deadline.
Economic and Planning Systems. And can we, the follow-up is, can we get any sort of directives that are being communicated to the 9111 report consultant for transparency's sake, from staff, as far as what specifically we're looking for out of it, and any communications that are, I'd like to see any communications from our staff to that consultant to make sure that.
Yeah. So they provided a memo requesting further information from staff. I'm working with various departments to gather that information, but I can share that.
Okay, so whatever communications between staff and the consultant, I personally would at least like to see that, and I think the public should have the right to see it as well.
Okay.
Thanks.
Anything else?
That was the extent, yes, thank you.
Supervisor Zanger.
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, I'm going to go forward with this today. And just on that, what was just being touched on with the
9111 report. As far as what, I know he has, Supervisor Kosmicki asked for communications between staff and the consultant, but just so that we're clear, I mean, I guess if they're asking for information, we make sure that we, I guess, give some instruction to cover multiple assumptions of how things would play out. I guess that was one of the issues, was one of the complaints was that there's only one assumption of how things are going to play out, and the analysis is based on that. So just to make sure, I guess, that we get a really thorough report with options of how different things would play out, I think that'd be important to make sure that we consult them about. So that's all. That's all I have.
Okay, I know from the May meeting, and please correct me if I'm wrong in what the Board of Supervisors asked to move forward. There are 8 items that are allowed to be identified in a 9111 report. The 8 items are listed in the 9111 code section. This is election code section 9111, and we asked for all 8 items to be addressed, if my understanding is correct. We did not, because we can pick and choose, but we said we wanted it all. I just wanted to make sure that that is clear to staff and to county council, because they're who brought on the outside entity for the impact report. Okay? Okay. With that, any other questions, comments? Okay, can I get a motion?
I move to approve as recommended.
Do we need to elaborate, placing it on the ballot?
No, I think it's as recommended by staff. It's in there.
I'll second that.
Well, actually, sorry, I
Yeah,
apologize,
it's okay.
correction. In the recommendation, we provide 2 options.
2 options.
Yeah, so first is to accept the certification of the clerk. Second, to either put it, bring it up for the next election or adopt it. So
Okay, so I move to approve the certification, and then I move to approve, as part of the same motion, I can do it, right?
Yep.
And then take it to the next ballot.
Second.
Just to clarify.
For the
no,
election.
It's the November ballot.
it's going to be the November 5th election, correct?
Okay, so I got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's a 5-0. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 2.2. Thank you so much, Francisco. 2.2 is from our Public Works Department, and it is to approve the final map of TSM 12-85, track number 308 at Santana Ranch.
It's the updated version. That's okay. Because that's how I. Thanks. Get me in trouble. I take all the responsibility. Let's see. All right, good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, members of the public. I'll be discussing a request to approve a final map by Santana Ranch. They're Unit 16, and we'll go through a brief presentation of a few items that the board asked for clarification on. And so just to give a little context of when the project started, and I guess it actually maybe started even before some of these numbers you're going to see. Let's see. 18 years ago, in a county called San Benito, a project called Santana Ranch began. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. So I just mentioned that because project's been around for a while. Then in 2010, there was a development agreement and a specific plan that was approved by the county. 2013, there was a tentative map that was based on the development agreement and the specific plan that was approved by the county. And those 3 documents, in addition to our county codes and a few other documents, those are the framework for how we process the project. And so
There's a couple items of interest during the last time this was presented to the board, and one of them was the offering of lots to local small builders. And so what I've done is just extracted a couple of the paragraphs from the development agreement that was approved back in 2010 to shed some light on where we're at with offering lots for sale to local builders. And so basically the applicant as owner is required to offer for sale a total of 10% of the project's single-family lots to local builders for the purpose of promoting additional variety in housing types and benefiting the local economy. So what that means, and I'll provide a little more context in a second, developers will build streets, grade lots, and then they want to actually have official lots that are mapped, which is why we're here today. Once those lots are mapped, this requirement from the development agreement says 10% of your single-family lots should be offered to local builders to build a home on that lot. So I think I did an excerpt of an, okay, so.
Thank you.
Per a request for more clarification from one of the supervisors, I extracted the entire paragraph from section 2.8 from the development agreement, and it essentially goes through milestones of when those lots are required to be advertised to local builders. And so 16 lots are required from the 300th unit, 32 from the 400th, 48 from the 500th. So roughly 10% as you go along, that amount of lots have to be advertised to local builders. So those numbers aren't additive, they are just milestones. So at, the 48th, as when the 500th lot unit, single family unit is supposed to be built, you're supposed to have advertised 48 lots. And then at 600th, at 64, and then as you build out, it's 77 or more. So, and then down below, what is local builder? This is also an excerpt from the development agreement. Local builder means those home builders that have their primary place of business in San Benito County and that have constructed 10 or fewer residential units in any year within the previous 3 years. So when Public Works and Planning is provided with a final map, we go through compliance and we say, okay, has the applicant complied with their conditions of approval, in this case, development agreement? Per the spreadsheet on the screen, if there's 1,092 units that were approved and 136 are apartments, so they're not single-family homes, that leaves us with 956, which means the applicant should be advertising approximately 96 lots in newspapers and basically saying we have these lots for sale. If you'd like to build a home on them, let us know. So, to do additional due diligence, I talked to our permit technician, who's been with us since 2015, which is amazing. And so I asked her if any local home builders had reached out to her to build a lot on the Santana Ranch lots. And she said no. And she actually said, by the way, Santana Ranch, the developer, actually notified her a few of the times when they were advertising and said, we're advertising, so you might get calls from local home builders, but she never received any calls from local home builders. So the requirement was to advertise the lots for sale, which they've done, and as far as we can all tell, no local home builders actually accepted that offer to build a home on those lots. So, and these are just excerpts of the actual advertisements that were provided by the developers and saying lots are for sale, et cetera, et cetera. So I will go on to another item that was brought up previously, and I guess some clarification was needed. So we have several basins that provide drainage functions for the Santana Ranch development. There's a linear basin along Fairview Road. There's a basin B that's also down near Fairview Road in Hillcrest, and then there's a basin A that's at the northerly kind of midpoint of the property line. Those are the three basins. So the linear basin is completed and signed off by all the agencies. Basin B is completed and signed off by all the agencies. Basin A has been signed off by all the agencies. The most recent requirement to deepen the basin has been approved by the state, and it has not been deepened yet. As of a few weeks ago, there was still some moisture in the basin. Although I walked it the other day, it looks like it's dry, so it looks like that last step for the deepening of the basin can occur for Basin A. And, well, before I go here, so there's been quite a few comments from various entities of how much water flowed off the site before Santana Ranch was built. And there's been a lot of comments of all the water should stay on the site because, you know, that's where the water was before. It all stayed on the site, and which means the site acted per those comments kind of like a sponge and kind of absorbed the water. So we had a storm, and the water in different ways essentially percolated into the site. That's what those comments are suggesting. So that if that was true, we wouldn't see any water today anywhere because it would have already percolated. So I took a picture, this was a couple months ago, of Basin B, which is one of the areas, it's the lower basin near Fairview Road. It's an area where everyone pretty much agrees is a good percolation area. And so if those comments were correct, I walked to the basin assuming that there would be no water in the basin because it would have all percolated. Because if you see water in the basin, that water would have washed off onto the adjacent property. And this is a week after a storm had hit. I also walked to the basin 2 days ago. There's still about 4 feet of water in that basin, which means, you know, the site doesn't quite percolate as some other folks have suggested, and water actually would run off, because what you're looking at is water that would have run off onto the adjacent property if we didn't have this big basin constructed, if that makes sense. So now, where does that take us to the final map? So the final map, I tried to circle the area for Unit 16, where there's single-family homes proposed at the northwest corner of the project, and that's where this final map is proposing single-family homes to be built. That would drain into the Basin B, which you just saw a picture of, which has been constructed and approved by all agencies. That's where those lots would drain into. In the future, there will be, I'm guessing, a final map submitted for the northeast quadrant, which is kind of that beige-brown area. But right now, there are no single-family home lots mapped or submitted on a final map in that brownish area, which drains into Basin A. So I just want to provide some context in that regard. And so after the specific plan and development agreement was approved, I mentioned the tentative map was approved. So I just want to show kind of the tentative map. Sorry, I'll be quicker. The tentative map that was approved, I think it was in 2013. This is what was approved by the county to be built based on the specific plan and development agreement. For better or for worse, that was what was approved. And working with the developer and per some suggestions from the neighbors, there is now a small buffer, 25 feet wide, on the northwest corner. And there's a wider buffer on the northeast corner, shown in green, up above, which shows that, you know, the county is trying to, I guess, listen to some stakeholder input. Even though that wasn't approved on the map, those areas are being installed, and which I think is a good thing. So I shall pause there for public comment.
Thank you so much, Steve. Let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And we'll start in chambers with Frank Guerra.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. My name is Frank Guerra, and I represent the Guerra Nut Shelling Company and Guerra Hillcrest Ranch. We're property owners of a portion of the Santana Ranch project. 18 years I got to beat. I was a young man when this started in the 1980s, and I'm now the project historian. So our family's been involved in this project since the 1980s. At that time, the land from Airline Highway to Mansfield Road was being considered for development. The county supervisors back then required the landowners to band together and create a specific plan to prevent fragmented development and to provide the planned inclusion of schools, community parks, commercial development, and affordable housing. Amenities that no individual landowner could provide on their own. As a result, the East of Fairview specific plan was created. Pursuing the vision of the plan development was a long and expensive process, which eventually caused most of the landowners along the strip to give up and abandon the plan over time. Ultimately, the vision narrowed and a new cohesive plan was developed, was created and deemed the Northeast Fairview specific plan. The plan was approved by the Board of Supervisors, as was said, in 2010, along with a development agreement, which outlined the developers and the county's obligations. And in 2013, the project received the tentative map approval. The plan included room for a school, the construction of community park, built at the developer's expense outside of the project's assessed park fees, a commercial site, and affordable housing. All the supervisors' goals from the very beginning. There isn't another development currently under construction in this community that encompasses all of these assets. In addition, the project has been a positive impact on the local community. A fiscal analysis was done prior to the approvals, and it estimated that an average of 500 jobs were going to be created each year during the Santana Ranch construction, with many jobs going to local subcontractors working on the project. It's a great project. It's a little over halfway done. Development has met its obligations and has made many additional concessions along the way. County has an obligation to approve the map, the final map, and the project deserves your support and this approval. Just real quick, I don't know how much, 24 seconds, okay. Yes, there was 10% single-family lots were supposed to be offered to local builders. They weren't required to build any affordable houses, units. But since that time, since the obligation was met, the county has actually increased the affordable housing units required, and so there's more being built that's going to be done with a with a production builder. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next in chamber, Michael Anderson.
Good morning, Chair Curro and supervisors. My name is Michael Anderson with Anderson Homes. Plans for the Unit 16 final map are approved and improvements are well underway. This area drains to Basin B, which was expanded in August 2023. During the last rainy season, very little water left Basin B, and it's working as designed. Per the county code, the project is not required to retain all its stormwater on site. Before the 2023 rainy season, our team worked with the county to clean out portions of the Fairview Road ditch, laid down geotextile fabric, and cleaned out clogged culverts, which were all outside of our project. Regarding the lots near the north border, we agreed to accommodate the county's request to provide a walking path and open space behind these lots. To provide this, we had to reduce the lot depth so only our two-story plan fits on the one cul-de-sac lot. Our plan is to build 7 single-story homes and 1 two-story home. Regarding the small local builder lots, the development agreement requires the owner to advertise the sale of local builder lots in a paper of local general circulation and offer each lot for sale for a total of 9 months at the then market rate. If any lot is ultimately not sold, then the owner or another third party may construct a unit on the lot and all obligations within this section shall be deemed satisfied. From 2016 to 2021, a total of 96 local builder lots were advertised in the Hollister freelance. While we sold over 250 lots in the project, there were no small local builders that wanted to move forward with purchasing lots. In summary, the project has been designed to county requirements and built per county approved plans. We have complied with the conditions of approval contained in the tentative map and fulfilled our obligations under the development agreement. We are proud of the community we have created at Santana Ranch. We have a great team of many local subcontractors and local employees and want to keep working without further delay. Many have written letters to the board as they are concerned with these delays. We respectfully ask that you please approve our final map today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next in chamber, Mary.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My friend lives near the Santana Ranch development, and in the past 3 years, I've attended a few meetings, neighborhood meetings, people in the Mansfield Road area, and they are very unhappy with what's been happening. The development of Santana Ranch, I know there's been a lot of money made by the previous speakers, but as an outside observer, what I've noticed is that the people there have suffered a lot of flooding issues. And I think that Mr. Loop's statement about the fact that they don't have to retain all their water, I think that's very unusual, because when we tried to build a granny unit on my property, I have 5 acres, we were told that all the water had to be retained. So I don't know why Santana Ranch has this exemption. The other thing is, I think Mr. Loop's knowledge of hydrology seems to be lacking. When you pave that much land, I don't know how many acres that is, you definitely affect the hydrology. And so, of course, it's not going to be percolating. The water's going to flow into those retention ponds even when it's a drier season. So what I wanted to say is that I have observed as an outsider that there has been flooding the past few years, especially during the rainy season, and fields have been flooded. I think that it's actually going to affect the people's property values if they try to sell. I think that will be challenging. They would have to reveal that there is a flooding issue. So I really think you should vote no on Unit 16 until the detention basin till the detention basins are completed. I also think that they need a much wider buffer zone. I think it's unfair to the neighbors. It's a very rural area to have housing just right practically up to their border. That is really unfair. I mean, the reason there's such a small buffer is because Santana Ranch developer is trying to maximize the profit. I think that this has actually been it's an example, I think, of what's gone wrong in our county with developments. The interests of local people are often overlooked. I think developers usually get to maximize their profit at the cost of local people, especially people who are their neighbors. Thank you very much for your time. So please vote no on Unit 16.
Thank you for your comments.
Next in chambers will be Andy, and after Andy will be Barbara.
Hello again. I'm going to echo my wife's call for not approving Unit 16. It is very clear that when you make as massive a development as this is, with as much roads, roof surfaces, and compacted ground, that you're going to have much, much more runoff. That's actually what's happening all throughout the county, is we're increasing the amount of runoff, and ultimately will have tremendous downstream consequences. Every major development ultimately directs more water down the watersheds, and you need to do a lot more in terms of study and evaluation to manage that water, because ultimately it can have legal consequences for the county, because as you approve projects that do damage to people, the county is liable for the damage being done. It can get to an extreme case where, for instance, with the city of Pajaro, the unincorporated city of Pajaro, the huge amount of flooding they had 2 years ago could be dramatically impacted by development decisions in the northern part of our county. So we need to actually start evaluating all of that much more so. I believe that this kind of dovetails with the earlier discussion about the public being involved in the development decisions, so that we can assure that when a project is done, that it actually in net benefits the people of the county rather than benefiting a private interest. I just recently was reading a very powerful book called Corruptible about who goes into power and how it changes them. And one of the problems with decisions made at a local level like this is a small amount of resources can leverage decisions to the detriment of a larger community. And I think that this project, as it's currently constituted, although it has made housing for many people, and many people have benefited, the primary beneficiary has been the developer. And ultimately, the costs have been passed on to others. And that's usually what happens when projects are done. In economics, they talk about externalities, about externalizing the cost to other folks while you internalize and maximize the benefits. But in the long run, the people of our county have to think about all of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment.
So next should be Barbara Schneider. Is she here? Did she leave? Oh. After Barbara will be Diane, then Maureen, then Valerie, and you can come up as they're finishing.
Okay. Greeting, Madam Chair and Supervisors.
Can you speak into the microphone, please? Thank you.
They had 20 minutes to put on a presentation, and I only have 3 minutes to address you. Okay. In 2010, the board was sold a fairy tale about what it would look like with slideshows and conceptual designs. It put on pretty pictures and dazzled you. It had 2 detention basins and a park between those 2 detention basins. It presented more of a buffer zone between them and our rural community. What I understand now is that was only a conceptual design. It was a lie. It was worthless. They didn't have to adhere to that at all. It was just to get it passed. Instead of a fairy tale development, we got 14 years of a horror story. You know, all the problems the county has had, and I don't have to explain them. We've had to live with the lies and deception of these developers. The slide basin status implies they are in compliance with the state and the county until it is finished, and it's not in compliance. It's only in compliance on paper. It hasn't even started. It is imperative that these detention basins are retrofitted and finished before Anderson Homes can have any more units approved. If you pass this unit, they have no incentive to finish those basins. There should be no houses on my neighbor's fence line and no houses on our fence line. 50 feet and 25 feet is not a buffer zone. 25 feet is a normal building setback. So they're not offering you anything. They are selling you conceptual design that they never have to comply with. The slide approved tentative map in several places is an 11-year-old map and is not the plan today. It is very misleading. It makes it look like a whole row of houses have been removed from my neighbors and myself, and that's not reality. I've asked you all to come out and see this. In 2024, they have 8 houses planned. I know they just kind of sort of slipped that in to revise it, to soften it a little bit for you, but there should be no houses there on the fence line. And a commercial complex they didn't even show in your presentation. The commercial element should have tenants before the unit is approved. My husband and I were directly, I'm sorry, lied to and told that Anderson Homes had to have tenants before any more lots were approved, and that obviously was not true. Please vote no.
Thank you for your comment.
Diane?
Hi, my name is Diane Rivera Mendez. I grew up in Hollister and currently live in Hollister. My husband and I, Richard Mendez, we own a dump truck service and roll-off container service. Our business is out of Hollister, and we are also a subcontractor of Anderson Homes, just like other builders, KB Homes, Benchmark, Century Communities, both in Hollister and North and South Bay. We do have another facility also in San Jose where our trucks come out of, but I'm here to say that we should support Anderson Homes. They have already put in the infrastructure. They have complied with all of their agreements, and it's a beautiful development that adds value to our community. And I'm not only saying this as a business owner here in Hollister, because obviously, like us and our employees, we like it that we work in our community and we do see the beauty that is added to our community. And like I said, not only my own interest, as a business owner that you're able to work in Hollister, but as a resident, they are building houses, and you want to be able to go with a developer that has shown their commitment to our community and development and developed a nice project. And I think we should support them and approve the next plan.
Thank you for your comment.
This item? Okay, thank you.
It's still morning. Good morning. My name's still Maureen Nelson. I live in Santana Ranch. First off, I want to refer back to Mr. Guerrero, who just presented. He said in 2013, it was decided the school to be built by Anderson Homes. The school was built. Anderson Homes did not pay for the school to be built. Turned it to the county and said, it's your school, you pay for it. So that's deceptive. That's one deception of Anderson Homes. At this time, there's an area that they want to open for building. It had previously had 8 homes on it. Now they're saying 7. They want to bring it to 5 homes and make them 2-story rather than 1-story. So now they really look upon the neighboring acreage and homes that have been there for many, many years in a very tranquil setting. I think that is wrong. When we're looking at the stormwater and the basins, they're not even installed correctly. They're not completed. Before we allow them to continue to build, before we give them more money in their pockets by selling these homes, they need to fulfill their obligations. They need to get the basins done properly. They need to put in the walking park that they have said that they would do that seems to be wavering on and off of the plans. Anderson Homes needs to be held to their commitments. If you offer a child candy before they eat their dinner, they're not going to eat their dinner. But you told them that they had to eat their dinner before they could have their candy. So why do you give them their candy first and expect them to uphold their morals to eat their dinner? The same happens with this builder, with Anderson Homes, and most builders. Hold them to their commitment. Things have changed. What was once shown in the plans are no longer the plans. They're fictitious. They were thoughts, possibilities, maybe maybe possibilities aren't reality. And as things change, it impacts not only the people that live there, but the people who live around there and the county as a whole. Why we allow this change in projects that have been awarded is beyond measure. Let's hold them accountable. I enjoy living in Santana Ranch. I chose that specifically. I happen to live in a legacy home. That's no diss to Anderson. It was the model that I wanted. But I think we need to hold our builders to accountability to what they had in the contract and guaranteed the county. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, I'm Valerie Harmson. I wasn't going to talk on this because I didn't even know about it. I don't really follow too much, but what I'm hearing is they gave 20% of lots to these builders. Who are these builders? How many of these people who actually live in Hollister have the money to buy one of those lots and put in one of those houses and be able to make any profit off of it? That's ridiculous. You know it's ridiculous. They're acting like this is some fantastic thing they've given to you. They haven't given anything to these people. The other thing is I'm crazy, but I foster goats now, so I go down Fairview all the time, and I see these cattle out there grazing right up against these, bulldozers and stuff. That's not right. That's not right. They are building too close to these fields and this land, and they're talking about all the water and runoff and everything. If they have to put that much stuff in there to keep these houses not floating away, there's something wrong with it. It shouldn't be approved. They need to stop. Where do all these people that live out at Santana Ranch work? Where do they work? Do they work in Hollister? Do they provide services in Hollister? No, they do not. Our Fairview 25 are just full of these people leaving every day and trying to get back home. It has to be looked at intelligently. It has to be moved forward with the idea that more houses is not what Hollister needs. More houses is not what San Benito needs. More, drainage for these houses is not what we need. And we don't need them building right up to these people's homes and their cattle. Anyway, that's all I got to say.
Thank you for your comments.
Next in chambers, Rudy.
Hello, county supervisors and denizens of this great county. My name is Rudy Pache, and I'm a longtime resident of San Benito County. I live on Fairview Road and have lived there for many years. I know I look like one person with maybe multiple personalities, but I represent hundreds of people who live along the Fairview corridor. And so I think that makes me qualified to say a few things on this matter. A lot of my friends and I have noticed in the last few years that there has been flooding, and it has crested over Fairview Road. So it's gone from the east side of the road, crested the crown of the road, and gone to the west, and it's flooding a trailer park next to my parents' house, a housing development on the south side of Santa Ana Road. So the flooding is real. Kudos really does need to be made for Anderson for fixing the drainage on the east side of Fairview Road, north of their Santana Ranch. That has helped, I would say, pretty considerably. So thank you for that. They have shown to be a pretty good partner in working together. Now, the flooding is still existing even subsequent to the drainage improvements that they had mentioned, and I have mentioned that they've had some improvements. So we're still seeing flooding on that east side near Mansfield Road, and that's not anecdotal. That is literally cresting the road and flooding a lot of people's houses. So The only time we'd ever seen flooding of this magnitude, now that we're seeing it annually, we had only really seen it in 1997 and 1998. Those of you old enough to remember the El Nino years, that was the only time we actually really saw flooding on the Fairview corridor, was a couple of El Nino years. So I really feel like more study needs to be performed to make sure that the drainage is fixed. We don't have these problems in perpetuity as a county. It makes me nervous working with the company just because I'm a cyclist, and I would see as I'm riding down the road and driving down the road, there was for a long time, there was a school installed, the houses are going in, there was really only one way in and one way out of the housing development. And I thought to myself, that's a little bit lacking. I was like, one way in and one way out. What if somebody was cooking some chorizo, delicious chorizo, and it like starts a house fire, and you've got all these people trying to in and egress from that school? There's no way you could get emergency services in there. So until Hillcrest Road came along and access was granted on that road, there was only one way in and one way out. We really need to figure out a way to work together to make sure that we mitigate these problems moving forward in posterity, so we don't have to worry about them when we're gone. Let's work together and make some good decisions and slow things down.
Thank you for your comments.
Next in chambers, Shane.
Hey, well, good morning, everybody, and supervisors and peeps. I don't have all the politics. I'm not involved in water drainage and all that stuff. I am.
Sorry, please make sure you speak into the mic so that the Zoom people can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay.
Anyways, I'm a resident. I live here for a long time. My signs are out, and I'm also a business owner of this county, in this city. My sign's been in the baseball parks when my kids were in baseball. Kids gone to the school here. I feel like I'm a Hollister person. I feel like I live here now. I'm also not the great last names that some of these places here, some of these people have that have been here for a long time and have watched the city grow and watched everything come through. Work really close with the Anderson Company. The people, as a general, are very good people to work with. They are very available, always real honest with me and with the people I've worked with. I also live in an Anderson home, in an Anderson community, and have for the last 20 years. One of the nicest communities, I think, in the city, so much to the fact that people come to our park all the time to enjoy the amenities and ride around and be in our park and go around our street and use it as a walking area that's timed, and they can every day with their dogs, and it's being well kept by all the other communities. They painted all the concrete walls and stuff as they've deteriorated and brought it back. So I think it looks nice. I think if with these other issues, they've kind of I don't know. I just think that these things have been approved, and this thing is so far along. Some of these will be kind of finished when the community's finished. There'll be more ways in and out when the community's finally done, and we can see a finished community. Then anybody else in the future that wants to develop, maybe we could bring these situations up to them. Right now, we got a community that's sitting out there. It's a big old eyesore that used to be a bunch of nasty nothing anyways, that once they get all the equipment out, then they won't have to worry about the cows going that close to all that big equipment. They'll just be regular houses, regular people, and not everybody who lives up there fluctuates back and forth. We still get all their taxes here in town. The city's got to grow. Progress is just part of evolution, part of everything else. If we can control it in a way, that's great. That's great. But let's make sure that we honor our agreements and work closely with good people. That's all I really got to say.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, I have Elias Salinas. You've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So no one has been more critical early on, going back to 2015, 2014 with Anderson Homes, when they were the light was supposed to go on there at Valley View and Sunny Slope, and then they complied, and they've also, done the light there at Sunny Slope and Fairview Road. They have been, every time they've been asked of something, Anderson Home has complied. Anderson Home built those retention ponds, and they were built to San Benito County code. Then there was some overflow, and they were told, oh, well, you're not compliant to state code, which they weren't required because San Benito County did not ask of that. But now they have done the adjustments to be up to code with the state. And again, I hope that it doesn't happen again with any other builder or just a person building a one home where something has to be done, that the planning department has gone and revised their policy so that you can be up to code, both the county and with the state, so that doesn't happen again. If it weren't for the development out there of Santana Ranch, there wouldn't be the school out there. And a lot of students and a lot of local teachers that live here are now employed out there. And everything that has been asked of Anderson Homes has gone on and has come up with a plan to comply and beyond. There are some comment earlier about there's buildings out there and nobody's living in them. Well, they're probably not aware that PG&E was way behind, and it's taken them more than 18 months, I believe now, to get electricity out there so that those buildings can be occupied. So it's not like Anderson Homes was having them occupied just because they wanted to. It's time. There is a development agreement, and they're complying with what needs to get done. And go ahead and continue with the next project. The sooner Anderson is able to finish the projects, the sooner you can get all that equipment out of there. There are cattle adjacent to that, and there are also right next to it on the north side of it. All it is just weeds, just like it was before. All those acres out there wasn't even grazing for or raised for hay or anything like that. So
thank you for your comment.
And I have one other in chambers, Nelda Escamilla.
Good morning, everyone. Nelda Escamilla. I was also not going to speak on this, but honestly, I've been here almost 30 years. I remember some time ago when the Anderson home people were building at the time, there was a lot of ruckus going on for so many things that I don't recall right now. I just remember it was a bad thing going on with Anderson Homes and this, and they didn't do this, and they didn't do that. Maybe they've already come around, and now they're getting better, probably because experience is what's going to give you that. But in all honesty, from what I'm listening to now, water is scary. Number one, I mean, we did have that big scare back in a couple of years ago, and where they're living right now, and that basin goes over, they're not going to have. Their homes are going to be destroyed. And building that number with the unit 16 right smack in front of other homes is not the greatest idea right now. Why don't they step back a little bit and re-look at it again and see what is it they could probably make better instead of going through with something they've already probably been has been approved already, but look at it from another point of view of the people who actually live there and have to suffer with this. I too was scared by the fact that there wasn't another way out. When I would go pick up my granddaughter from school, I was like, oh my goodness, there's so much traffic. Anything happens, we can't get out. So thank goodness that Hillcrest was opened up. So yes, Anderson Homes, I'm sure they do a good job in many ways, but there's always going to be somewhere where there may be lacking something. They need to look at it completely. And if there's people up here talking about it, there's something wrong, obviously. If not, nobody would be up here talking against it. So I suggest that don't approve it. Just give them some time to figure out what they're doing right and what they're doing wrong, and correct the wrong before they move forward. I honestly think that's going to make it better for everyone, both for Anderson Homes and for the people that are living there, the residents that are living there. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comment.
And I have no further public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board, Supervisor Zanger.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for the comments today. We've had discussions about Santana Ranch recently a couple times. There's really not much I'm going to say today, not much to add to everything. I'll just say that I said very publicly last year that I wasn't going to be voting to approve any further development in Santana Ranch until all the drainage gets buttoned up. And I think by everyone's own admission, that hasn't happened yet. The work still needs to be done on Basin A. So I'm waiting on that till I'm ready to move forward with anything else. I do want to point out, just for transparency purposes, that on the slide, the tentative map, we did see the 25-foot buffer zone that was superimposed, but it did not superimpose the additional 3 houses that were also alongside that. So I just want to point that out so that it's clear that it did change in multiple ways in that regard. Like I said, though, there's really not much else to get into. You know, this development's been going on, I guess, a long time, 18 years or, 30 years, depending on when you're talking about. And if I was a supervisor back then, I think I would have done things differently, but I obviously wasn't. I don't think I was even born back then. So I'm trying to catch up on a lot and adjust things. But like I said last year, with everything that happened with the water, I'm not ready to move forward until we make sure that the drainage is completely finished. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gonzalez?
Well, Anderson Home has been a good partner to work with. I know there has been some issues that have been brought to the board's attention in the last 4 years, but Anderson Homes has been working to resolve those, working with the county, working with the neighbors, and I think we owe them a good faith effort to move forward. This has been a project that's been in the works, and as a few speakers have said, there were water issues out there, but I believe, to my understanding, that working with the county, that we have been resolving those to code. And so I just think we need to move forward with this project and let it go. So I'll be voting to approve this map. That's it.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So Steve, if you could pull up the presentation again, just want to underscore a couple things. I guess you could start with section 2.8, the development agreement.
I just have to log in real quick.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, I think we're there. Thank you.
Great. So, you look at this language in this, development agreement, which, I have to give the developer credit for hiring probably the best lawyers money can buy. This thing is tight, very, very tight. But I do see some issues. There's some contradiction, I think, when you talk about, the timelines and 300 units, by this time up to 700 units, and it's supposed to go all the way up to 96 local builder lots. And then it says, that they'll make these good faith efforts to advertise the sale of the local builder lots for 9 months. And, obviously they, because there weren't apparently, I don't think it was necessarily good faith, because when you look at the ads, they're about as tiny as I don't even know if I could read those ads without glasses. I don't know who's looking at the classified section of the freelance. I don't know who was looking at the freelance, honestly, and I was there. So I'm admitting that it was not a well-read newspaper. And so to say that there were these efforts to advertise, I'm just not buying it. And I also will point out that the development agreement, again, it's buttoned up really tight. And so you read this and you get the impression that there's this overall effort to enhance the local economy through these 10% of the project. This is that would have been almost 100 units out of 1,000 unit project were meant to enhance the economy so the local builders would get a chance to build these lots. And honestly, it was underhanded. There was never an intention to have local builder lots built. And the way this thing was written where you read it here and you see local builder lots and there's a quotes around it, but then you have to go to a separate section in this 97-page development agreement where you read the definition of local builder lots. And under that definition, which Steve has included here, it's not written this way. This is not what the development agreement looks like. Steve had pulled it from the prior section, page 9 of the development agreement. The definition of local builder means those home builders that have their primary place of business in San Benito County and that have constructed 10 or fewer residential units in any year within the previous 3 years. We might as well just say we don't want local builder units because that was so restrictive to the point where nobody was going to build. Look, local builders want to make money just like the developers want to make money, just like everybody wants to make money. It's ludicrous to think that this development agreement was somehow written in a way that would enhance the economy through these local builder units, yet nobody wants to do the local builder units in a community where there were as many contractors as teachers at one point in this community. So I just, if anything, I'm just going to call out that this development agreement was written in a way that was insincere, and it was insincere on the part of the developer, which is just, they're trying to make as much money as they possibly can here. But it was insincere on the part of the county as well. And it makes me, we got people that want to, take decisions out of the hands of supervisors. And, I obviously trust myself to make good decisions, but I get the intent of it when you see things like this. It's, these things are written in a way that are completely one-sided. I mean, and I will also point out that there is a section in here that says, again, call it insincere or whatever you want to call it, that they're going to give updates on an annual basis on the progression of the local builder lot progress. I don't think I've heard an update on this local builder lot issue until I brought it up, because as a supervisor, I actually did my due diligence and read the 97-page development agreement. I don't remember hearing a report on the progress of the local builder lots, which would be in violation of the development agreement because it states that there should be annual updates. And the last series of local builder lots were advertised according to these documents from December 2020 through September 2021. I'll have to go back and look, but I don't think we had an update on the progress of those local builder lots. What I'm getting at is that there wasn't this sincere effort, and I don't believe they were complying with the development agreement because they didn't do updates on the local builder lots, which would have given us an opportunity as a county to promote the availability of these local builder lots. And I certainly would have done that myself through social media and other means. Say, hey, look, you may not like the Santana Ranch development. It's the template for how to poorly plan a community, frankly. You may not like it, but at least let's hold their feet to the fire when it comes to the agreement. And I don't believe that they're in compliance with the agreement because there really haven't been good faith efforts to sell these local builder lots. And it was intentionally extraordinarily restricted to the point where nobody was realistically, it was going to be very, very hard to find anyone to step forward who was going to build these local builder lots. So on that issue, I'm just going to call it what it is, and I'll use the word insincere. And I've been harping on this for a while. We've had to really push and push just to get, to a level where we're close to compliance on this thing when it comes to commercial. I think somebody brought up the school. Yes, the school would have been built. The taxpayers paid for that. The taxpayers had to pay for all of it because the developer, again, had this development agreement. Again, credit to the developer and their very, very high-priced lawyers. They wrote it in a way that, the taxpayers were going to be royally screwed, and the taxpayers were royally screwed. And so you got to read the fine print on these development agreements. It should be a lesson in how to not do things going forward when we have development agreements in particular. We need to have our attorneys and we need to have supervisors who are reading the fine print and understanding it, because this is what's going to happen if you don't. But I will say, Again, I don't remember any updates since I've been on the board until I brought it up, which was well after those last series of 40 local builder lots were advertised in a classified section where you need some very, very good glasses to read it. And who is looking at that classified section? Nobody. So I will just say, if Anderson Homes, wants to show good faith, I would ask them if they're willing at this point to let the county to still offer those 96 lots for sale to local builders, and to let the county aggressively do outreach to promote the availability of 96 lots for local builders, because that was the intent of the development agreement. And I would just ask the developer, are you willing to do that? And if you're willing to do that, then I'll take back everything I just said about sincerity. If you're willing to really show a good faith effort to sell local builder lots, and please, let's take out this language about 10 or fewer homes in the last year, and you have to have red hair and freckles, and you have to be under 5'1" to be able to build these homes. It's ridiculous. So and I just, I will also agree on the drainage, and that we have to at the very least resolve that issue before we go forward with this, because that's a health and safety issue, and I just don't see how we can keep approving these things without having proper drainage in the area. Thank you.
Supervisor Sotelo, any comments? Yeah.
Okay, I've got a bunch of questions. Okay, so thank you for all of the public comment and all of the letters that we've received over the last few weeks regarding this final map for Santana Ranch. So, Steve, I just have a couple of questions based on some of the comments we've received today in public comment, as well as that I've received through email. So, one, how different was the conceptual map to the final map? And is that typical that it changes?
So there was a land use map that's been called a fairy tale, I guess, which I'll try to, I didn't put on a slide, but I'll hold it up in a second. So first you have, the way it works is, if someone wants to do something more detailed or different slightly than our general plan, they submit a specific plan. And so I'll show you that in a second, that land use map, the fairy tale map. And then after that's done, the board and the planning commission say, okay, it's time for a tentative map if the developer wants to produce a tentative map. So then on top of that specific plan goes a tentative map, which I showed you, which we can go on the slide. Well, let me just go back to those slides real quick. Let's see. So if folks want to bring up the tentative map. So that was what's approved by the planning commission. I don't know if it was approved by the board at 13 years ago, but it was approved by the county, I'll say. And so then on top of the tentative map, then they submit a final map that's supposed to comply substantially with the tentative map. So just for context, they're going to switch in the back, but I only have this little hard copy. I could scan it, but it was held up by a previous speaker. So I don't know if you can see this. I'll try to, well, I'll pass it around in a second to the board, but basically on the northeast quadrant that shows light yellow, that is all single family homes. There's no buffer, there's no marshland, there's just single family homes. And the reason why I brought up the history of this is because this was processed over 7 years. I live 2 miles away. I've even heard of the project way back when, and I never attended any meetings or anything. So it wasn't like it was some big secret back then. But okay, so the upper northeast quadrant, that's even on the land use map that's supposed to be a fairy tale. There's no green buffer or anything over there. On the northwest corner, there is a detention basin, 1 acre. Okay, that's where we have our 25-foot buffer strip, which could be wider, but we also have a 2.5 acre or more now detention basin. So that detention basin has changed shape So I did some quick calcs. If you take half the detention basin and the little 25-foot buffer, you actually have 1.3 acres of green space, which is more than the fairy tale. So it's actually above and beyond what this is showing. Now, it's obviously not as wide as this is showing. But again, if you look on the tentative map behind me, which was approved by the county, and not in secret because it has to go to the Planning Commission, there is no green space at that northerly buffer that has been discussed that was actually being implemented by the developer. But to answer your question, supervisors should tell there's just single-family homes on that north property line. And even down here, where we have a smaller buffer, there's just homes. And so it's in compliance. And just a couple of clarifications. One, on this area near Basin B, the developer, and I don't think there's any requirements that they have to do it, it was swapped by one of the public comments, but they're actually building single stories, except on the corner by the cul-de-sac. That's going to be a 2-story because the lot's of funky shape, and so they're going to put a 2-story there, I guess. But they're going to put single stories. And there's a 25-foot path there. That has nothing to do with building setbacks. People are like, oh, setback. When you have a lot, then within your lot, you have a setback where you put homes. So they're having a 25-foot buffer trail area that they're going to install. Then you have your lot, and then you have your home. So it's also incorrect to say they're not complying with building setbacks or whatever the comment was. I was kind of even confused by the comment. So I'll pause there to see if you have more questions.
Thank you. Well, you're kind of going into some of my different questions.
Okay.
So, so one of my questions was, are they required to have a buffer zone?
Per this map, no, there's a basin and zero anything at the northeast quadrant. But per this map, there's no, to answer your question, to comply with this tentative map, the answer is no.
So they're doing this in kind of a good neighbor effort in doing this 25 and 50-foot buffer zone?
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Just curious, what is a normal setback in San Benito County?
I hope there's planning folks here because we're talking about building setbacks within a lot, remember, but I don't know what the standard setback is from a backyard for this project, so I don't want to answer that. But if there's planning folks here that can help me out on that one. So
it looks like they're in discussion, so I will go to the next question.
Sounds good.
Is there a requirement to retain all water on a property?
No. If you think about it, that would be literally impossible. If we have a 500-year storm, the whole property would just have to be a bathtub, right? You can't retain every storm on a project. Our county flooded, not just this property, but during the last set of storms, there was a lot of flooding, 2 winters ago, right? Because Mother Nature is the boss, and she has so much water, you can't always say, when you say retain, that means all the water stays on site. And so I don't even know how you would.
Are some people being held to that standard? Like, are we denying projects because some people were requiring them to retain all water on their property?
So different, and the word retain, it needs to be, let me clarify. So some areas have to retain the water because of those characteristics. But when you say retain, it's up to a certain level. At a certain level, the water is going to reach the top of that bathtub, I'll say, and flow over and get to the adjacent property. So even when you say retain, when a certain storm hits, the water is going to fill up that bathtub and overflow. So I don't know if that quite answers your question.
Okay, so it sounds like in some instances there are requirements, or
yes.
When they go to do a project, it would be required that they need to do more to address runoff than maybe others. Okay, kind of, it sounds like it depends on the circumstances.
Correct.
Okay.
But again, just to answer that question and to add some context, so the applicant's design engineers designed the basins. The county approved it per county standards, and then then the state got involved and said, well, you have to comply with our standards, so now the design complies with the state standards. And we've had a third-party engineer analyze the designs, and they said you've met the standards. So I'll just pause there for that.
Okay, thank you. So there was a comment that they're compliant on paper. Is that true?
It is true. I think what the comment's saying is Basin A still needs to be deepened, constructed deeper, and I think that's what the comment was referring to. So the design is improved, but it hasn't been deepened. But again, just for clarification, none of those single-family lots are part of this map that drains to Basin A, which needs to be deepened. The single-family lots are actually here, draining to Basin B, which has been completed 100%.
So Basin B is 100% completely done, county compliant, state compliant, and third party confirmed. Now with Basin A, it needs to be deepened, but are there any homes that are draining into Basin A? I'm thinking existing, that is what's being, so when is construction expected, or when is it expected to be completed, Basin A? Do you have any idea?
I think in the next couple of months.
Okay, so it's currently kind of in the works.
Yeah, again,
It would be done prior to winter. Am I understanding that then with what you're saying?
That's my understanding, yes. Again, as of a few weeks ago, there was still some moisture in Basin A, so they couldn't get in there and be efficient and do what they needed to do. So, but as of today, it is dry, so they can go and finish Basin A, I'll say. So.
Okay. I think you kind of already confirmed this, but I'm going to ask it again. So the homes that are being considered for that area are single story, not two story, except for the one in the cul-de-sac.
Yeah, that's what I understood the developer to say. And I want to be really clear. We're talking about the homes that have been mapped on a lot, which is these here. And the lots are 25-foot shifted over. And the way I understood what the developer read was they'll be single story, except for the one in a kind of a corner. There's a little cul-de-sac because it's a unique shape. So that one I think is going to be a two-story. That's the way I understood what was read by the developer. So.
Okay, and then the ones above we're not considering right
They're
now.
not mapped yet, right?
Okay. Because I got a lot of comments. People are very concerned about two-story, and so I'm happy to see that it's been adjusted to single-story. So is there, do you think, is there anything additionally that we can do to address any of the flooding?
Additionally?
Than from what we've done. And I know that cleaning out the culverts and the drains was huge. I drive Fairview every single day. It was much improved this year compared to the previous year, and even in normal years. So I think that has done wonders. Is there plans to make sure that those culverts and drainage ditches are cleaned out every single year, or?
So I'll ask you your first question, answer your first question, then the second question. First question, even though it's not required by any codes or anything, we're the county, because of this issue, we've hired a third-party consultant to do a drainage study of the entire area, and possibly, if that study shows that a pipe could be put in to help route more of the water down by Fairview, just because we have drainage impact fees that have been paid, that's being considered. So that's to answer your first question. Could more be done? To answer your second question, in addition to Santana Ranch's team, the county, we actually hired contractors to install additional culverts and widen the ditch along Fairview, across from the mobile home park. And yes, we're supposed to clean that out. The county is supposed to clean that out every year, basically. So, those culverts. So,
Okay, thank you for answering all of my questions.
You
Does
bet.
planning have an answer on setbacks?
Thank you, Supervisor Sotelo. So yeah, like Steve was mentioning, the specific plan is usually created when the property or the project is going to be developed not necessarily in accordance to the zoning, but it's going to have its own particular setbacks, lot coverage, building height, and so forth. And in this particular case, the requirements are that a rear yard setback shall be at 15 feet. And so What that means is that the front is also 15 feet. So, and then there's also requirements of the lot width. It can't be smaller than 50 feet. So typically that gives you a 50-foot by 100-foot lot, which is a 5,000 square foot lot. So then if you have a 15-foot setback in the front for like a front yard, then the house can commence, single-family home can commence at that point. So that means that the house can come back up all the way till there's a 15-foot buffer from the back of the house to the back property line. So it's essentially, to answer your question, the rear yard is a 15-foot setback.
So 15 foot is the setback for San Benito County.
For the rear, for this particular specific
So it
line.
would be the 15 foot, which ends that person's property line, and then you have an additional 25-foot buffer zone. Am I understanding that correctly?
You're understanding.
So really a 40 or a 65, depending on.
Correct, and that's the requirement. So the house can be smaller and not necessarily go up to the 15 foot. It can be less, but that is the standard set that this project has.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'm done with all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, so a lot of the questions, I have some questions too. I first want to disclose, I did speak with the developer. I know this isn't an appeal process, but I just want to make it transparent. I did speak with the developer. I had questions. I also spoke with staff, and I thank staff all the time when they're always making themselves available for my very long list of questions. I thank the public for all of their public comments. There's a lot of the comments that I do agree with the public, but unfortunately, we're not the board that approved this original development, and if I had been on the board at that time, I'll agree with Supervisor Zanger, I probably would not have approved this development east of Fairview, but that is hindsight because I got to work with what I got. So my questions when it comes to the development agreement, the Basin A is not complete right now. And the photo you showed was Basin B, which still had water in it, but has been completed and added capacity, but is still not draining.
Correct.
And a lot of that is because we've had an extensive amount of water over the last several years, and our water table has stayed higher than previously. I'm only knowing this because I have a pond in a field where I live, and normally it has no water by the end of May, and here we are halfway through, actually the end of April, and here we are halfway through June, and it still has water. So it's just we're not perking the way we normally do because of the extensive amount of rain we've received. But Basin B is complete.
Correct.
And it meets all the standards. Now, Basin A, what has to be done to it?
It's going to be widened, I think, 80 to 100 feet towards the east, and then I believe it's deepened by 7 to 8 feet. But it was a few months ago when we approved it, but that's roughly what's going to happen. So.
And that increases what was originally Basin A.
Correct.
So this is to increase capacity based on the drainage issues that we've had happen.
Correct.
Okay, just making sure I have that correct. I completely agree that this development agreement was written very well for a developer, and that's the fault of the county and the prior boards for not looking at how development agreements can so impact our decision making from up here. But with that said, we need to be looking at future ordinances and updating. I feel that there should never be hard lines between the native land and a development. It should have, park flowing like connections. We talked about this. We met with the developer trying to see if there was some way we could add some sort of a nicer connection to the native land. But I think that's something that we need to look at our existing ordinance and future development agreements to ensure that this is where the county is going, because it's not where the county was going previously. It's not what was in the ordinance when this was approved. You can clearly see from the tentative map, it was a hard line, which I agree, don't support, but we're dealing with prior agreements. So I would like to go on the record that we need to be looking at our code, and I feel that this board would be willing to discuss how we make sure in the future we do not have these type of projects with the hard lines, and look at how projects can flow between projects or to our native land. That's that. In the development agreement, it was stated that we would be notified, per Supervisor Kosmicki's research, that we would be notified annually on these local businesses, local developers. It doesn't state who will be notified. It doesn't state the Board of Supervisors will be annually updated. Am I incorrect? I mean, it just states that the county will be notified. That's...
You're correct. And let me just show you something on that note real quick.
Please.
It addresses your question a little bit.
Another visual aid?
Yes. So each time...
I knew it was coming.
Each time a final map is submitted by this developer, every developer has their own system, but this developer provides this binder. This is just for the map we're talking about today. And in that, at the very end, I forgot exactly which section, has the advertisements that were provided to advertise the lots to local builders. And I don't know if we've been getting these once a year, sometimes they're more than once a year, but staff has been given these. And in this is the advertisement to the local builders. So I'm not a lawyer, but that's been reported to staff in this binder for every final map. And there's, we're on unit 16 right now. So I'll just leave it at that this has been provided.
Okay. And I'm gonna go back to the drainage. With this expansion on drainage A, if there is flooding that happens regularly, is it the developer's liability or is it the county's liability?
If
it's regularly flooding, I mean, not the 1 in 100-year flood, which you can't normally have that in a development agreement that you're going to catch everything, but that regular rain is being collected and retained within the basin.
So I'll answer it this way. If a design is submitted and it gets approval by the state and the county, and it's functioning, it was built per design, I'll say that. So at that point, it's the agencies that have approved the basin to function in a certain way for the basin. Now, outside the basin, a lot of things happen and, I don't know, flows are, anyways, but once a design's approved and it's built per design, then it's on the agencies, essentially, that it's meets the requirements, I'll say.
Right.
Does that answer your question?
That's
okay.
Wanted to go, and that's why you have consultants and engineers and deal with all of that, because I am no expert in this area and will not claim to be an expert. But based on the expansion of Basin A, you believe, or your team believes, that it will cover future regular rains, not the 100 flood rains?
Yeah, and we have an email from the state saying they approved the design also. So the agencies have approved that design, yes.
Okay. I do have concerns about the wording in the development agreement about the local builder. We can't go backwards and change things, but we do need to be looking at this in the future, because that was written very one-sided, and I do not agree that that's how we should be doing this moving forward. We need to make this more of an incentive program, not a curse on the county. And then the increased affordable housing that was not required. How did that get negotiated and brought to the project?
Are you talking about the apartments? Mm-hmm. That's a complicated question and answer. Maybe Ariel's best to answer that, but it was a back and forth, and apartments were built, and I'm not sure how many.
Was that because of a request from the board, from the fact that we need more affordable housing? That
I actually probably wasn't even in those meetings, so I shouldn't comment. I'm just.
Ariel, do you want to come up and comment? Because adding the affordability when you didn't have to is a huge plus for our community.
You know, there was a lot to it, and I don't have everything, and I wasn't involved in every piece of it. So I think it would be best if we came back to you with all of that, if that's okay.
That's okay. I don't have a problem with that. Okay, and then the buffer that was added also has a walking path, correct? I think that's my last question.
Correct. They both are going to have walking paths.
They're going to have walking paths. So this is adding actual like park acreage, or is it not?
Well, it's
or is it taking away green space?
It's green space. It's not parks. They have 2 other parks they're building, and they have a big park, and so, but it's green space with the walking trails.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, is there any additional comments? Nope. Is there a motion?
I move to approve per staff recommendation.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Nay.
So that is a 3-2. Okay, thank you so much for all of the public comments. We're going to take a short break right now. I'm going to say 2 minutes, literally 2 minutes. I'm going to keep it to 2 minutes. We'll be back. I know, 2 minutes. From that very short recess. Was it? Oh, well, then we have 30 seconds. So we'll wait for council and Deputy CAO come back.
I need to wait for them.
I was like, 2 minutes. I'm sticking to my 2 minutes.
I guess you meant it.
I meant it. I really did.
We've got
a big agenda still going here. Okay, and we're waiting for Vanessa. I think she needs.
We're not going to get to consent until.
I don't think so. Yeah.
Because it should be let stop.
We might be able to hit
an hour.
rings because staff really the public hearings. So item number 2.3, RMA Steve Loop and Public Works Administrator adopt a resolution to divest the county service area number 22 Cielo Vista. Welcome back, Steve.
Thank you. Good morning again. So we're going to be discussing the resolution to divest CSA number 22 of the authority to provide sanitary sewer service to the residents of Cielo Vista. And so just a little bit of background for some folks that haven't been following this item. When the new Gavilan College campus was proposed and becoming a reality at the corner of Highway 25 and Fairview, there were some discussions of whether that campus would have to utilize a leach field concept for their sewer, or if they could actually have a standard sanitary sewer service with a gravity flow through a pipeline. And so ballpark figures for the leach field for the Gavilan College campus was about $500,000. And some folks, stakeholders, public agency folks, coordinated with Gavilan College to actually install, or have installed, it hasn't been installed quite yet, a sanitary sewer pipe that could handle the flows from Gavilan College, flow through the Cielo Vista development, and then out to the regional wastewater treatment plant. And that concept is much more preferable to the State Water Resources Board, because when you have a regional treatment plant, you can maintain it, operate it locally in a constrained manner, whereas having small leach fields kind of sprinkled through the county, which counties have, by necessity, is not their preference for groundwater and for some other reasons. So everyone said, okay, this is a good idea. And I think we're on step 7, I don't know, perhaps at this point, but the city of Hollister coordinated with Sunny Slope County Water District, who is the water and sewer service provider in the area where Gavilan College is, to have an agreement saying, okay, let's work together and allow the flows to flow through that area down to the treatment plant. Then LAFCO said, okay, we'll allow it. Let's see where this process goes. The county, in March of 2024, issued a resolution of intent to consider this process where the existing system of Cielo Vista that currently flows to a small treatment plant on site in that subdivision would essentially be abandoned, because that also flows to a leach field on site, in place of this new sanitary sewer system from Gavilan College and that area. There's adjacent developer or applicant areas that will benefit from this, but for the college that's being built today, their flows would flow into this pipe through Cielo Vista to the regional treatment plant. So in March 2024, like I said, there was a resolution of intent by the county to consider the process. 30 days later, a public hearing was held in April, where the county said, okay, yes, we will allow this, but we need LAFCO, which is part of the process. LAFCO then has to approve of this process and transition of services. So LAFCO in June of this year, just recently, approved the divestiture of sanitary sewer services so that San Slope County Water District could assume responsibility for the new sewer pipe and system that flows to the regional treatment plant. And so now we're at the final step. So this Board of Supervisors can consider adopting the resolution to divest County Service Area 22, the authority to provide sanitary sewer service to the residents of Cielo Vista, and to approve Sunny Slope County Water District to assume the responsibility for the management and provision of the sanitary sewer services as a successor public agency. So that's where we are today.
Okay, great. Let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raise hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Okay, with no public comment, bringing it back to the board. Any comments? No? No? Okay, and no comments here. So do I have a motion?
I move to approve as recommended.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's a 5-0. Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 2.4. Consider approval of restructuring of the Office of County Council. And this was brought before the Board of Supervisors, but I'm going to ask David to do the presentation for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This matter was brought to me.
Is it on? I'm sorry, I can't hear you very well.
This matter was brought to me.
There you go.
Could you hear me? By the Board of Supervisors requesting to do some analysis and prepare for the board's consideration of the matter of converting the county council's office from a hybrid model, which it is currently and has been for almost a year, to a full contract model. The issue here is a matter of services, but also of cost, and at least our analysis shows that there is a cost savings to the county from doing this without losing quality of service. So that's all I have to say at this point.
Okay.
This would result in basically abolishing the county council positions and contracting with a firm. Prentice Long it is considered at this point. So.
Okay, thank you. Can we open it up to public comment, please?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card on Zoom. Please press *9 or the raised hand icon. We'll start in chambers with Irma Valencia.
Good morning, board. I'm speaking as a private individual and not in my official capacity. I'm Irma Valencia. I'm with the County Council's office. I've been there for 22 years. I am before the board to ask that you reconsider the proposed restructuring of the County Council's office, or in the alternative, continue this item so that a further impartial fiscal analysis can be done regarding the true cost savings to the county. I ask that the board also consider the legal mandates required by Welfare and Institutions Code Section 318.5 and Government Code Section 27646, which require the County Counsel's Office provide legal representation in LPS conservatorship matters and juvenile dependency matters. To the extent that the proposed resolution on today's agenda seeks to abolish the County Counsel's Department, along with all current county allotted positions within the Department of County Counsel, this would in effect result in the inability to fulfill the legal mandates required by statute. When your board considered a change in the public defender contract, you sought input from clients that were served by those public defenders and sought the assistance of an outside agency to prepare a thorough analysis of the public defender services. I ask that this board engage in the same deliberative process for the county council services and carefully consider the implications of the proposed action on those departments served by our office who are directly affected by this proposed restructuring. And I urge you to seek input from those departments and consider their needs when making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next in chambers, Jeremy Liam.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Jeremy Leem, District Counsel for the San Benito County Water District. I'm here today to implore you to seek independent legal advice on the advisability of this resolution and the subsequent contract. In my review, adopting the resolution as written on its face results in a Brown Act violation because it obligates the county to enter into a contract without actually considering the terms of that contract in public session. If I had brought a similar resolution to my board, it would have been in a joint resolution, a joint hearing, rather than one and then another. And I'll save comments on the actual agreement itself for the next item. Government Code 27641.1 requires the county council to be a resident of this county for good reason, just like each of you are required to be a resident of your respective districts. That ensures that the county's attorneys have a personal interest in the county's issues, just like each of you have interest in your specific districts. We've already tried this privatization model with the public defender's contract by hiring a Central Valley firm, and that ended up in disaster. Attorneys weren't showing up to court, files were getting lost in the mix between attorneys and law firm, and local attorneys like myself were required to pick up the pieces. Legal services provided under that privatization model were so bad that I've had to advise some clients on the ability to file ineffective assistance of counsel appeals because of and that's an extremely low threshold to meet. Failure of that contract and that model is now up to expand not just to our most vulnerable constituents, our children and our indigent, but the rest of the county. So with that, I implore you to seek independent counsel. Of course, you always have the ability, any of you, to set a closed session item. Maybe you want to discuss this matter with the district attorney. Maybe you want to discuss this matter with private counsel, but I implore you to at least consider the Brown Act violation before moving forward. And I'll save the rest of my comments on the agreement for the next item.
Thank you for your comment.
Devin Peck, you're next.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. I am a Hollister resident and a Juris Doctor and a practicing paralegal legal document assistant here in Hollister. I would like to urge this board to consider tabling the item for further review following a fiscal impact analysis, as well as a review of the full RFP procedures. I believe that the current contract as structured will result in increased legal risk for county departments and will result in an increased risk of cost overruns. Towards evidence of this, I would direct this board to review the grand jury report of Trinity County in 2022, where ultimately a similar contract, I believe it led to a total of $4.5 million in cost overruns with Prentice Long. While 250 hours per month may sound like a substantial amount of legal coverage in light of litigation from Mr. Lee, in light of threatened litigation on both sides regarding upcoming measures, such as the measure that has just been approved to the voter ballot, 250 hours can easily be exhausted. Also, eliminating of the Office of County Counsel entirely is shifting from a proactive legal coverage to a reactive legal coverage. And what I mean by that is that when there is a finite quota of 250 hours of legal advice, that creates a premium. It basically reduces the ability of county officials and county departments to be able to ask general or preemptive legal questions. It's basically moving the county away from doing due diligence and implementing best practices and moving towards a posture where the county is basically only going towards counsel in the anticipation of immediate litigation rather than crafting best practices that minimize litigation overall. Beyond that, I would also like to call into question the overall request for proposals, procedures, and bidding procedures. With no denigration of Prentice Long's capacity, it is a firm centered in Redding, California, which is 4.5 hours away from San Benito County. Speaking from lived personal experience, you do not want to have legal counsel that is more than 2 hours away from your area and jurisdiction. You need to have an attorney that is on call and is available to be able to make emergency motions, emergency supplemental pleadings.
Thank you for your comment.
On call immediately to your courthouse.
Next in chambers, Shirley Murphy.
Good morning, Board. It is with regret that I am here in this position that you have placed me in to have to defend my constitutional rights. And therefore, I've taken the day off. I am not at work, and I am appearing in my personal capacity, not providing advice of counsel. I have prepared a written statement, which I've also provided in the back of the room for the public. Just to summarize, a lot of the details are in there, but I would argue this proposal is not in compliance with legal requirements. Government Code Section 27640 covers the appointment of county council. If you don't have a county council, Government Code Section 26526, the responsibilities fall within the DA's office. Under Government Code Section 31000, you can contract out for legal services, but only for specialized services that are not already available in-house for reasons beyond the agency's control. There's case law and AG's opinions, which I have cited in my statement to that effect. And civil service employees when they provide legal services in-house, the board can't supplant them with contract counsel merely for purposes of reducing costs. Also, as others have mentioned, the fiscal analysis prepared by Prentice Long is not accurate, does not accurately reflect the costs. There's also a huge conflict of interest under Government Code Section 1090 and 87100, and I would urge you to seek the advice of independent legal counsel and independent analysis by an independent advisor such as an accounting firm. And I believe that independent fiscal analysis will clearly show that the proposal would result in significantly higher costs than in-house staff, not a cost savings as is currently being presented. I also note that Barbara Thompson has provided written statement, which I incorporate her comments by reference. And I would add that the analysis mentions the $91,000 per month flat fee, but it doesn't account for the 2% admin increase and their ability to increase by up to 10% without further board action. Also, they are able to recoup direct costs such as travel, and their 4 hours of round-trip travel time eats into their minimum hours under that flat fee. According to the board report, it says 250 hours, but that's what they currently provide under their current contract. So I'm assuming it's really supposed to be 500 hours, and that's just a typo in the board report, but it doesn't say in the contract how much they will provide. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next in chamber, Joel Buckingham.
Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. I am here in my elected capacity as district attorney. I'm here under the idea that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. The simple fact of the matter is this board item agenda came to my attention a couple of days ago, not too long ago, when a member of the public reached out to me, as well as the contract was sent to me to approve to form. I want to be clear that approval to form was solely an approval as to the legal basis of the contract. It did not approve anything related to any Government Code Section 1090 issue. I spoke to Supervisor Sotelo on Wednesday, who was asking me if I saw any issues on Wednesday, and the simple fact of the matter is, as of Wednesday's date when I spoke to Supervisor Sotelo, I did not yet see the board agenda. And then Supervisor Sotelo could relate to you that on Friday I recontacted her and indicated that I had grave concerns about a Government Code Section 1090 violation. And that is because the fiscal analysis has been provided as displayed out in the agenda packet by County Counsel / Prentice Long. The law is clear that even providing advice, guidance, direction is part of taking part in a contract. And the fiscal analysis that is provided here is providing advice moving towards the direction in the contract. So I have very grave concerns about moving forward without this board obtaining independent legal counsel. It is strange to me that this fiscal analysis was done by county counsel's office. With all due respect to attorneys, of which I am one, most know that when you ask an attorney why they went to law school, they say, because I wasn't good at math. And so the simple fact of the matter is I believe this fiscal analysis, if the court or if the board wants to do it as inexpensively as possible, should seek an opinion from the auditor controller's office rather than the county counsel's office. And that ultimately, if it is brought, it should be done through the admin office that ultimately brings the proposal so that there is no conflict in the ultimate creation of the contract. And I know this is kind of combining items 2.4 and 2.5, but it is the fiscal analysis in 2.4 that I think is creating much of my concerns related to Government Code Section 1090. And I have spoken to a public integrity prosecutor in San Bernardino County, 2 other elected district attorneys, other members of county counsel's office. They have similar concerns. I'm not saying that it is for sure is, but I would strongly recommend that you obtain independent counsel before you vote on this item. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next in chamber, Francisco Diaz.
Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, I want to preface my comment by saying I'm not here to oppose or support this action. It is a Board of Supervisors decision, policy, which is not in my jurisdiction. The reason I am here today, because this might be the last opportunity that I get to show my gratitude for one of the attorneys in the office, and that's Eckham Brar. Eckham was my attorney for a long time, and I've grown to have a relationship with him. I knew him when he was an intern. I knew him when he graduated law school from Santa Clara and then got hired with the county. He doesn't know that I was going to come and speak on his behalf, so I want to say that as well. But I just want to also say that I'm very appreciative, and regardless of where this decision goes, I know Eckham's going to have a bright future, whether with the county or somewhere else. But if this is the last opportunity that I get to publicly show my gratitude to Eckham, I want to make sure it's public, and I also want to let everyone know that Eckham demonstrated, at least to me, for the last 10 years, what an attorney should be. Eckham is the person that I call at 5:54 p.m., right before closing for the day, and I will still get a phone call around 10 p.m. with the answer to my question. Even after he wasn't my assigned counsel, I could still rely on him for advice. I could still rely on him for help when it came to election issues and matters. So, Board of Supervisors, like I mentioned before, this is your decision. I'm not here to contest, oppose, or support. I'm just here to support for my attorney, Eckham, but also a good friend of mine, and I'm very happy how he's flourished with the county of San Benito, and I wish him a bright future here or somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next in chamber, I have Eckham Brar.
Hello. All right. First off, thank you, Francisco, for the very kind words. But hello, good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors, all you beautiful people here in the public joining us over Zoom. I don't know where to start with this harebrained scheme, quite frankly. First off, I think it's important to discuss the work we do. As County Council, I want to talk about the structure of the office generally, how it's evolved, at least as I've seen it. So I joined the county June 2021. One of the reasons I wanted to come up here today is it's like almost 3 years to the date since I joined the county. And I think it's when I joined the county, like very soon afterwards, Barbara had me come up and she had me do like a little statement introducing myself. I thought it'd be appropriate to also, if this is my last time here, say a couple words, have a sense of closure, you know what I'm saying? But I think one of the reasons our office can be very helpful in the cases that we haven't always been perfect, but when our office succeeds, it's because we're here. It's because we're present, it's because we care. I think all of us that have been here for a long time, especially those of us that live here, we're so personally invested. I didn't stay at the office because, the pay is really high or the work is so prestigious. But the reason I stayed is because I grew up here, right? I born in Hazel Hawkins, lived here my entire life, lived in different places, but came here. And I think it's been so valuable to be able to contribute to the place that you live in. And I think that good work in the public sector happens when you've bought into the ecosystem that you're working for. When all the things that you're working on are, in your neighborhood, that brings a different sense of commitment. It brings a different sense of loyalty. And I think that you can't pay for that. And I don't think that you can find better attorneys than us for cheaper. No offense to anybody, but like we're good at what we do and we put a lot of effort in. I only have like a minute something left, so I also want to take a second to talk about the people that I work with. If this is my last shot, I want to thank, the attorneys I work with. Shout out to Irma, super inspirational. Shirley, your dedication has been very inspiring to both of you and Barbara. It's crazy how this place is treating you after you put decades in. It's really a shame, but we're here, aren't we? I also want to thank all the electeds. Shout out to Francisco, amazing. Shout out to law enforcement, DA, genius, Sheriff Taylor, genius, really amazing people to work with. Shout out Chief Canez, who always goes underrated. I'm running out of time. There's too many people. Shout out to Integrated Waste, amazing clients. Shout out to the public defenders, the new ones. Hopefully they do good. I'm missing people, but it's been great working here. Hopefully you guys get independent counsel. I don't know anything at this rate, but it's been real, y'all. Take care.
Thank you for your
Thank
comments.
you, Ekam. Also on Zoom, Barbara, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
First, my comments do not reflect on David Prentice. I believe the board should be able to select its own counsel subject to the limits of the law. I also I speak as an individual, not as an employee of the county counsel's office. The fiscal analysis indicates the outsourcing will save $440,000 plus supply costs. My position will be eliminated in December 2025 is unrelated to the restructuring. As the early bulletin rate, approximately $315,000 of the alleged savings are related solely to my upcoming retirement, not to restructuring. Second, the fiscal analysis does not include the expense of the Health and Human Services attorney and the outsourced department costs, although it has been included in the cost of the existing salaries and is already fully reimbursed. For purposes of analysis, I assume that the annual burden rate of that position of $145,000, although it could be up to $165,000 for a deputy county counsel too. Third, the base cost of outsourced counsel would be $92,820 per month at a minimum because of the 2% admin cost, adding another $21,000 to the fiscal analysis cost. So after my retirement, the cost of the restructuring should be the hybrid department $1,221,000 versus outsourced department with Prentice Long of $1,258,000, which you would notice is higher. However, the hybrid expenses will also be vastly decreased after the retirement of one senior deputy county counsel by another $45,000 to $50,000 if it's hired at a deputy county counsel 2 position, which will further offset any future COLA costs. Fourth, the fiscal analysis doesn't include costs that are excluded from the contracts that were historically performed in-house, such as some litigation, arbitration matters, in-depth legal work, large public records requests, appeals and dependency matters, and et cetera. None of those costs have been even estimated in the proposed fiscal analysis. Fifth, the fiscal analysis states increases will be limited, but the next agenda item allows a 2% increase. Sixth, it doesn't appear that there's been an effort to evaluate other potential cost savings measures, both in the county counsel's office and countywide. Seventh, the fiscal analysis doesn't include the cost of potential litigation or settlements with affected employees, one of which may bring a claim of age discrimination or other claims. Now, aside from finances, let me also touch on some other issues the board may wish to consider. First, what would happen in a few years if you want to switch county councils or you no longer like the firm? If you switch from one firm to another, there will be no continuity in representation. It'd be like losing a deputy county counsel, except all the attorneys and support staff would change. Second, once you're so tied to a specific firm, it may be harder to control costs in the future. Third, in-house counsel provides a very high level of legal service in the most economic fashion. Most counties statewide recognize this, and contracting out only occurs in the vast small minority of counties. Except for Madera County, all the counties that have outsourced are smaller than San Benito County, and much of them, or many of them, are much smaller. Lastly, the board has stated that it cares about its employees and it wants high employee morale and for
Thank you for your comments.
I have one other. Elia, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. How can any one single board member not listen to every speaker who has a juris doctrine and is telling you that you must do what is best in the interest of the position you hold for the entire county. I have been coming, I have been telling you, I have been sending text messages and emails to each one of you about how serious the subject is. I would hope that you can pull the item for another day. It was my understanding in July of last year when you went out and you hired Prentice Long that it was going to be temporary while you searched for a full-time county council after you pushed out Barbara Thompson. I complain every single time your contracts and contracts and contracts keep going out and you're spending more money. And exactly what you claim you want to do is to stop hiring contractors. You want to give a multi-million dollar, you think about it, because they have a history. All right? The welfare and institutions that was just mentioned earlier, they have the MO. They already asked for in another county, they asked for an additional $5,000 a month so that they could represent the minors. Now they're asking for $50,000 so they can do HR work when we already have an HR person, and then they're going to hire their own attorneys. This is not good for San Benito County. This is not good with the money of San Benito County. And how does not one of you see the conflict of interest for personal financial gain for your own county council contracted right now to give him carte blanche to go out and do his own analysis? What, you think the guy's going to do paperwork and bring it to you so he's out of a job? Absolutely not. So, please, I've been telling you for quite a while to reach out to the district attorney's office. Thank you, Supervisor Sotelo, that you've done that. But you must set this agenda for another day, uncertain, until you all do your independent homework and research so that you don't place San Benito County in liability, which you already have based on ageism, because an individual were contacted and asked if they were willing to retire. That is illegal and that is ageism. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
I have no further public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes, I have an issue with this item, period. While I was very much a year ago very supportive of bringing on the Prentice law firm coming in because I saw all of the attributes that they can bring to the county and all the departments and all the areas of interest, I am not, however, supportive of this item. We've heard from 6 attorneys today here that gave us free legal advice to tread lightly, that we are violating the Brown Act, that we are ignoring government code, that we are doing a disservice to county employees who have been with the county for decades. And I just think we just need to heed the advice that has been given to us. And I am the only sitting supervisor who has a law degree, and I can see the writing on the wall. We are not doing the right thing. This is a bad business decision. It's a bad idea. It's a bad business decision for the county, and it's wrong. I do not support this item nor the following item coming up. I'm saying no right now.
Supervisor Zanger? Nope, I'll come down. Oh, okay, Supervisor Kazimicki?
Yeah, I just want to, Dave Prentice, I don't know if you had any response you wanted to give to clarify anything.
Well, there's a couple items. Yeah.
Maybe I could,
Sure, go right ahead.
Now or wait. I don't have, I can say my piece, or if you, I just think it might be productive to get some comments out before the board goes down any certain paths.
Yeah, first of all.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing today. Can you just make sure you're talking into the mic?
Okay.
Thank
now
you.
it's on.
Oh, yeah, that's so much better.
I completely understand the comments that were made here today, but let me clarify something. One, and I'm reading what the agenda item is. You're not abolishing the county council's office. You're abolishing in-house positions for a contract. So the county council's office is going to continue, obviously. We are contract county councils in many counties, including Tehama, which is about the same size as this. Tehama was in-house before we got there. They went out. The fiscal analysis done in Tehama was that it was extremely advantageous to the county. Now, I'm going to make these statements with you. I'm not arguing for this. I was happy with the contract I had. I'll be happy if you, whatever this board needs, because I report to the board. I'm your attorney. And I'm just giving you, from my perspective, what I think the truth is. So you're not abolishing the county counsel's office. As far as residency, very few county councils live in their residence. The board has all legal authority to waive residence requirements. And I've been here a year. I live in Fresno. So if that's a problem, I didn't know it. Speaking about Trinity County, yes, the grand jury is always against county council in Trinity County. It's a sovereign nation up there. But we have been there for 10 years, and they just executed a 4-year contract with us for another 4 years. So I don't think the grand jury report should be have any persuasion on the board. First of all, it wasn't reported what they said, other than there's cost overruns. We do a lot of work up there because it's a marijuana county. We do a lot of marijuana work and a lot of litigation, and that's why costs maybe go up. As far as the hours go, the 250 hours it's a mistake in the staff report. The reason it's not in the contract is because we don't limit our hours. If you have us as contract county council, and we bring our associates and other partners into that contract, we're going to do the number of hours that it takes to do the job. I don't care if it's 1,000 hours a month. It's that the number of hours is immaterial. We're going to do the job. We're going to do it well. And again, I'm not arguing for it. I'm just saying that's what I believe the facts are. I do live in Fresno. It's less than 2 hours from here. It does require some travel. It is not our intention to leave this office with non-resident attorneys. That's a discussion for another day, but our intention would be to bring in residence attorneys. Speaking about the legal issues, I'm a little hesitant. So here's my belief. I was asked to do a fiscal analysis on this. I did it. And the speaker's right. I'm an attorney. I'm not an accountant. I spoke directly with Joe Paul about this. My indication was I just put together the numbers as I saw them. It is incredible to me that if the current budget for county council, including our contract at $42,000 plus staffing costs in the present fiscal year, is $1.5 million. If we do the entire job for less than 1.1, I don't know how there's not a savings there. Now, that being said, part of that is the current assistant county counsel to purchasing and procurement. She is under contract. She will be staying through December of 2025. And in my analysis, I account for that. And I said, no, there's not going to be $444,000 of savings first year. It's going to be less. And it'll go up after that. $31,000, government code 31,000 allows you to hire counsel. Let me find my. Okay. From a legal standpoint, let's just say this. The opinion of the Attorney General, this is a 91 dependent, long after the case is cited by Shirley in her brief. They were cognizant of these cases, and they say distinctly, A general law county may appoint as county counsel a partner in a private law firm and contract for that firm to assist the county counsel in the performance of his or her duties if certain limitations and qualifications are met. Those limitations and qualifications are found in 25-203, where the board has to maintain control of assignment of outside counsel for litigation purposes. Our contract provides for that. 27-644 provides that the Board of Supervisors shall furnish county counsel with such assistance and enable him to perform the job. You would be doing that. And 31,000 allows you to contract with legal counsel as special services. That being said, if you can do that, can you abolish civil service positions? In a Placer County case versus the Placer County unions, the court at 233 Calab 2nd, 555 at 559 states that abolishing civil service positions will be upheld if taken in good faith, but invalidated if it is a subterfuge for piecemeal dissolution of the civil service system or a sham method of getting rid of unwanted employee. Reorganization of government offices promulgated in good faith for the reasons of efficiency of economy does not nullify the basic principle of civil service, even though it results in the abolition of one or several civil service positions. All that being said, I have no belief that you should move forward with this without the fiscal analysis done by a third party. It was never intended to be the final word on that. Again, I'm not an accountant. It was my best guess at what the effect would be. So I will ask you personally, along with the other speakers, get an outside opinion. Here's the bottom line to all of you. I don't want this if it's not correct and if it's not legal. And you see, one of the 1090 issues is a contract. You have public officials contracting with the county all the time. Your CAO and your assistant county counsel have contracts. They negotiated those contracts personally. So yes, they have an involvement. That's not a 1090 violation because the exception to 1090 is when you're negotiating your own contract, not a third-party contract. So the contract is not a 1090 violation. I don't believe the fiscal analysis rises to the level of 1090, but why take that chance? I have all respect for the district attorney, and I think he did his due diligence here, and if he thinks that it needs to go out, then it needs to go out. And that's really all I have to say.
Thank you for that, David.
Thank you for your comments. Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that answers, I think a lot of the concerns that some folks have. And, I think we knew going into this, there'd be a lot of emotions involved and, there would be very, very strong advocacy considering the situation and the loss of jobs potentially through restructuring of the county counsel's office. And I totally get that part of it. As we discussed even yesterday on another matter that, and the sheriff brought it up that, these decisions that we make, they're not always easy. And, you're going to face opposition from people that have a lot at stake. And I would do the same thing if I was a member of the county counsel's office and wanted to keep my job. I would fight for it, and so I get it, and I respect all the arguments, certainly the legal arguments. I don't have a law degree, and I'm not sure where your law degree is from, Supervisor Gonzalez, but I don't have a law degree. And I certainly trust, most of the speakers, especially our DA, when it comes to, because the position he's in for a reason. When it comes to legal advice, I will say just generally, there is plenty of precedent for going to an outside arrangement. It's something that I will say that I have been interested in exploring since I joined this board. I'm a big believer in finding efficiencies as much as we can with taxpayers' dollars and exploring all potential options for running cost-effective, efficient operations. And I will just say, as far as Prentice Long goes, they've had a trial period here of sorts to show what they can do, and I've been extraordinarily impressed with Prentice Long, the work that they do, and I'm extraordinarily confident that they would do an outstanding job as a full contracted county council office. This was brought forward by the board. This was not something that Prentice Long pressured us into or brought to us. We explored this proactively because we recognize that there is this other option that I believe, personally, just speaking for myself, is for the long term is the best option forward. I am not against doing an outside independent financial analysis. I just don't want there to be any sort of outside influences on that. If we're going to do it, I think you just ask for a straight accounting, do it from the outside. I don't want any internal departments involved with that. If we're going to do an outside analysis, then it needs to be from the outside without any outside influence, any politics, any advocacy. Just give us the numbers and give us an analysis. And I'd like to do it, if there's a will to do that, I'd like to have it done as soon as possible because we have some very serious financial challenges. This was meant to address some of those in the short term and long term. And so, yeah, I can be okay with that, but I'm going to be very upfront that I fully support the concept of going to outside county council services. And it's very clear to me this is a cost-effective and efficient way of doing this. There's plenty of precedent for it. There's no question that we can legally do it. And I strongly support it because I think it's the best path forward for this county and our taxpayers. But I'm not against doing an outside financial analysis either. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Supervisor Sotelo?
Thank you. In light of time, I don't think we need to add a whole lot more to it other than, David, thank you so much for everything that you do for us and have brought, as well as our county employees from county council's office that, I've worked with all of you and it's been amazing, and I appreciate all of your time and I appreciate all of the comments. I wish I would have gotten some of these letters a little earlier so I could have really dove into them and had discussions, but I think the gist of it is, yes, we absolutely need to have an independent analysis done. Oops, sorry. And I was okay with having the auditor. I think the DA mentioned that it would be acceptable to have the auditor. I kind of was hoping that maybe in a perfect world, we have a special board meeting next week regarding the budget. We're continuing the budget. If possibly, I don't know what it takes to how much time it would take to put the fiscal analysis together regarding this item. But in a perfect world, if it could be brought back to us next week, I think would be ideal. So I don't know if that's possible, but, and I don't know if it's acceptable that the auditor does it, somebody inside, or if we need to go outside. I'm good either way. I just think that for everybody's sake, we need to address this as soon as possible.
Thanks so much. Supervisor Zanger.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I don't have much to say. I'm in support of moving forward in this direction, but per the DA's advice, we should go to a third-party analysis. And I think if we're talking about trying to get an independent analysis, we need to go outside. I would not really support the auditor's office being involved in it. They're right next door. They have relations here in the county. We want a really independent outside analysis to be done. So I would say if we're going to do that, we need to go outside and make sure that it's a complete objective third party. That's all.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I believe that there was the outside analysis was twofold, not only financial, but legal to make sure. So I want to make sure if we're going to be delaying this, that we not only seek the financial independent advice to get the fiscal findings to see if this is prudent or not, but also the legal advice. I personally have a meeting with DA Buckingham on Friday of this week. I couldn't get in sooner, but so I will be talking to him about this. But I have reached out to other attorneys, not in this room, to see if this is the right thing to do. And again, I thank you all for the legal advice that you've given us thus far. But I believe the request was not only legal advice, but financial advice that we should have, and we should take into consideration.
You want to go first or can I follow?
Supervisor Kosmicki.
Yeah, I don't see any reason for a legal analysis. There's, again, if we're talking legalities and law degrees, there is an abundance of precedent that makes it clear to us that it is legal for us to go to an outside county counsel's office. That would be an utter waste of money. And I agree with Supervisor Zanger that I'm not going to support doing an analysis in-house. That is, if we're going to do a true independent outside analysis, it needs to be truly independent. And there, just inherently there would be biases. And I would not support that whatsoever. I'm willing, if we want to spend a small amount of money on it, then it's got to be from an outside firm. Thanks.
DA Buckingham, would you mind coming up here? And thank you so much for your patience. And I appreciate all of the comments from staff and the public. So you said that we should get an outside or a fiscal analysis, which I totally support. If there is legality issues, typically with the county counsel's office, the DA's office would be where we'd go if we didn't go to outside. Unless there was a conflict, then you would conflict out and we would go to outside counsel. Do I have that correct?
Yes, or if there was a belief that maybe it was a little bit above my knowledge of the civil issues, as I don't generally practice in the civil arena. However, I think I could probably work with some of those legal issues if the board did want, understanding that I've got other competing pressures, but I can try to work as quickly as possible to give the best opinion that I can in this circumstance, if that is the direction that the board would like, to get something informal in that way.
But when you spoke earlier, you were specifically talking about fiscal.
So what I was speaking about was the concern that I hugely had was that the fiscal analysis provided from within the county's counsel's office created a glaring 1090 issue that I think for me to have ignored would only have created an issue down the road. There's issues of wisdom and prudentiality, which is not really my place to make in terms of the decision of going to outside counsel or not. What research I've done tends to suggest that, in fact, it is completely within the board's powers to go to outside counsel. So that's where I don't want to say that that's what my opinion is on, but I haven't done much research on it. I've just done enough to get my toes wet to make sure that I wasn't saying anything out of turn when I spoke to you. So the issue that I was focused on was, again, the fact that the fiscal analysis was done under the name, the letterhead of the person that ultimately the contract's being considered under. And I do think that could create a very large 1090 issue. And I don't want that to happen.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. So I agree we should get the outside. I don't think this should be an inside a fiscal analysis done by staff. I think it puts staff in awkward situations, and instead of having that, I think it should be outside counsel. But I think also it should be outside counsel, not coordinated by counsel. So I feel that maybe the auditor's office could help us, since it's a fiscal, help us with outside counsel and a fiscal analysis. Are you guys?
I disagree with that. I think it has to be administration. The auditor is an elected official himself. He's a politician. He's got relationships with the people in the county counsel's office. It's got to be Henny Ring's direction, in my view. Otherwise, I won't support it.
Okay. I wanted to throw it out there just as an option for discussion. I hear you. So I had the same concerns. So I feel that this should be Deputy CAO Rings should be coordinating this and getting the outside. And I'm assuming you have resources to be able to do such.
Yes, administration has resources and we can reach out to some firms.
Okay.
May I be excused?
You're excused, and thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you, and I thank all of the comments. Okay, is there any more comments?
No.
Nope. Okay, is there?
Do we have a goal timeline on this?
Penny,
I know it's an ASAP, but.
I know it's an ASAP, absolutely, but.
When we get done with this meeting, I can make some calls.
Okay, if it is available to be able to come back at the special meeting next week, which is highly unlikely, but if it all is, and we could meet the deadline for that special meeting posting, we could add it to that. If not, we could be looking at the July meeting.
We will try to shoot for that.
Okay, great.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So are we just doing an outside fiscal analysis?
Yes.
Okay.
Outside fiscal analysis is what my recommendation is, but what is the will of the board?
That's 100% agreed.
Okay. So do we need to take a vote on this to move forward, or do we have enough for staff direction?
I believe we have enough for staff direction.
Okay, great. And thank you, David, for your comments too. Greatly appreciate it. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next item, which actually might be an item that we have to table, item number 2.5, which is the approval of the contract and the firm with Prentice and Long.
Yes, you should table this pending the analysis. If the analysis doesn't come back and the board is not going to move in the direction it was moving, then the contract needs to be modified. Our contract is up on the end of the month, so.
At the end of June?
Yep.
Okay. Can we do, if we aren't able to get it on this special meeting next week, could we do we could start to work on an addendum that would extend it until we have this so that we don't have a gap?
Yeah, we'll bring it on the 25th.
Okay, great. Okay. With that, that means we're going to move into closed session. Is there any public comment for closed session?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. I don't have any public comment.
Okay, with no comment, we are going to go into closed session. We will be back approximately 1:30 for the public hearings. Thank you.
take a look at this. Is it okay? Give you a call or something.
Okay, we're coming back from closed session. And we are on. So, okay, we're going to move to public hearings. We have item number, and I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on. Oh, report out. Thank you, David. Always catch me on that. Report out, please, from closed
We
session.
had 4.1, which was a litigation matter regarding the opioid litigation, which is handled, many states and counties are involved in it. The board approved an amended complaint adding a party with our outside counsel's request. 4.2 is a matter of a TOT litigation. That was settled, and the board vote on that was 5-0 to settle it. It was a full settlement, no concession in dollars. 4.3 was the hospital and discussion regarding the bankruptcy case that's ongoing. And the board has directed staff to bring an advisory initiative for consideration on July 16th in the board. That'll be an open session item for discussion of that. There was a conference with legal counsel regarding a Roscoe case. The board has directed staff to seek an extension and see if we can work it out with the city of San Juan Bautista. And the public employee evaluation county administrative officer direction to staff was given.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, so we are going to open the first public hearing, item number 3.1. It is I'm going to say 44 because I think the clock is off. Item 3.1, this public hearing is from the Ag Commissioner. This is hold a public hearing for mosquito and disease control assessment and adopt a resolution to levy the rate for the fiscal year 23-24 mosquito and disease control assessment. Hello, Ken.
Is it on?
No. On the side.
There we go. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. If I could just really quickly draw to your attention the typo in entering this item. I left it as 23-24 assessment, so if we could have that corrected to 24-25. And I apologize for that. Yeah, so we're here to go ahead and move forward with the assessment as is. There's no change recommended to the board on the amount. We run a balanced budget. We're able to make it work without raising the fees. A little bit about the mosquito abatement program. We're into surveillance, prevention, and outreach. So we reach out to the public in many different venues. We have probably 50 to 75 different locations that we trap, and then we have about 200 locations that we monitor. Simple things that we all forget about, like storm drains, and then where the outfalls, all those drains go to the river. So we're on top of all those things. That's really part of our prevention. We have probably two full-times, maybe two and a half people devoted to the program. I guess the disease part I should mention too, because we did have a positive dengue person come to the county, because we also work with OES and Health and Human Services. So then we trapped around that person's location. They wouldn't divulge us any information, but to make sure that a mosquito didn't bite that person and we catch it, and then we would have dengue. So we went through that process the last month, no dengue. So any questions or anything else I can do to offer information? You have any questions?
Okay, let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board, I see you have 2 items for the staff recommendations. One is to hold the hearing, but also adopt the resolution for the annual engineering report. Anything else?
No, that's it. That's it, Madam Chair.
Okay,
yes.
can I get a motion?
To approve as recommended.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, 5-0. Thank you so much, Ken.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to item number 3.2. This is hold a public hearing to increase service fees for the office of the county clerk, recorder, and registrar of voters. Adopt a resolution endorsing the proposed fee, adjusting alongside the update master fee schedule effective July 1, 2024. Authorize the county clerk, recorder, registrar of voters to implement any subsequent revision to the master fee schedule as required by the state regulations at the later date. Hi, welcome.
Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, So here on behalf of the county clerk, recorder, register of voters for a public hearing to increase service fees. Now, pursuant to the provisions outlined in Government Code Section 54985A and Revenue and Taxation Code Sections 408, 409, the county has the authority to adjust service fees to cover the costs providing these services. A comprehensive evaluation of county staff has revealed that 7 specific services require fee adjustments, as the current fees do not adequately cover operational needs. These adjustments aims to ensure that the county recovers its expenses for each service that's being provided. Additionally, the proposed changes seek to balance the cost of service provided and introduce new services that are currently unavailable in San Benito County but are statutorily authorized for the clerk and recorder in elections to perform. The county cost recovery approach, county staff conducted a thorough review of the fee schedule and accounting for the hourly wages of employees providing these services. This evaluation considered the average time and maintenance costs needed for each service, resulting in fair and reasonable fees. Essentially, the cost recovery formula was service fee equals labor cost plus maintenance costs. Additionally, to ensure the uniformity and comparability with the proposed fee adjustments, we did an analysis where we compare our neighboring counties to make sure these fees were uniform. The proposed fee increases, also highlighted in yellow in the attached form, reflect the labor costs associated with providing these services. For reference, we also provided the fees from our neighboring counties. In an effort to also increase revenue, we were planning on expanding our wedding services to bring new revenue, especially since our county offers same-day ceremonies, while in the Bay Area, it can take up to a month to be able to schedule a marriage ceremony. Now, through our even though our facilities may not match those of San Francisco and Santa Clara, there's a significant demographic that wants simple, no-frills type of ceremonies. Generally, people that need to get married to add someone into to their life insurance, to their health insurance, or any other reasons. We estimate that within the first year, we can get up to $10,000 additional dollars in revenue within the first year. We are going to do targeted marketing efforts, which we estimate is going to cost about $1,000 in the first year to target people from the Bay Area, especially those the Spanish-speaking community, as our neighbors in Fresno and some of the other counties are having a hard time performing those ceremonies, and they're already sending them to us. In addition, county staff plans to introduce new services that are allowed by the state, but they're not currently in our fee schedule. These are very minor, but we expect to generate up to $200 from these. And county staff is requesting permission to provide one additional service, which is document notarization services. This is going to enhance the services that we provide in our office. We expect within the first year to add an additional $1,200 in revenue. It's important to point out that we are not going to be competing with the community for notary services. Rather, we get anywhere between 50 to 70 documents a year from people that bring their deed transfers that they prepare themselves, and we then have to send them back to the community to get it notarized, and then they have to come back to record a document. So essentially, we're trying to facilitate that process and make it more efficient so they can do everything at one time. It's important to point that out. For future planning, we're also reviewing other permitted services as authorized by ordinance and state statute. Any services that are authorized but have been inactive or not well known to the public, we're also going to be bringing back to the board to bring them into compliance. A thorough audit is also being performed currently for any fictitious business names that are being used in the county that are either expired or they are not registered with the county, and we are going to be sending compliance and notices to all these individuals, and we hope that this enforcement mechanism is going to bring additional revenues to the county. Now, the recommendation from the board is to approve our resolution endorsing the proposed fee adjustment alongside the updated master fee schedule, which will go into effect on July 1st, 2024.
Okay, let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And on Zoom, I have Rob, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
It's pronounced Bronosky, but I'll give you grace on that. Hey, this is so important to a property tax starved or Prop 13 starved county like San Benito. where unfortunately, normally I would say, wait, don't our tax dollars pay for these services that you want a service charge for? But in a county like ours, you have to charge for those tangential services so that there is more money left for things like law enforcement, things like the streets, so on and so forth. So if anybody is hesitating or there is pushback on this, please keep in mind, Prop 13 constrained county, we need to charge for certain services, and this is a great example of them. Thanks. That concludes my comments.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. And I have one other. Elia, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I believe this is a really great idea. I personally have gone down there and I have requested something and it literally cost me 10 cents. It cost more money to process what I asked for than what the fee was. There is staff time, there is copier expense, there is paper expense, and there are many other people like me that have gone down there and have been paying on the pennies on the dollar compared to other counties surrounding us. So I hope that you all consider and approve that. This is a long time coming. Like Mr. Bernowski said, this is monies that need to be generated because of Proposition 13 is limited and monies could go to law enforcement. Thank you for my comments, allowing me to speak.
Thank you for your comment.
And that concludes public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any comments? Concerns? Okay, I'm just going to say something because I appreciate you bringing this forward. The one thing is because of the fire and relocation of your department, the conveniency of having a notary is huge. It was a pain when you were downtown having to send people away. It's really not customer friendly, so I really like that. On the FBN expired notices, is there any way we could tie into that a link or a one-liner that would advertise the business license requirements so that we can start to use your mailing to ensure that people are getting their business licenses, whether it's the city or the county, and you could list maybe both. I'm just trying to find ways that we are addressing the board's concerns of ensuring that businesses are paying their licenses.
Thank you. Great recommendation. So as of right now, we are providing for those physical copies in the mailers an additional mailer that the tax collector created. So we're already doing that.
Okay, great, great. I just wanted to make sure that that was in there because I know it's something that the board's been going on. The only clarification I want to make from the public comment is the 10 cents rule is actually election law, and you cannot increase that rate, is my understanding. So, and that's not included in here. I wish you could, if there's a way to find a way of increasing election rates for copies, because I think it's ridiculous that it's 10 cents a page and how much time it takes to do some of the requests that come through your department. We're not recouping our costs. So, but I know you're limited because of statute, but maybe that's something you could look at for future legislation.
Thank you. I mean, that is correct. We're not bringing that specific fee to this fee schedule.
Okay. So is there a motion from the board?
Motion to move to approve as recommended.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's a 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to item 3.3. This is adopt the proposed ordinance provisions to amend section 25.2.4, temporary use permits, and section 25.08.25 mineral resource area development regulations, and the proposed zoning text addition of the new section 25.08.031 low impact camping. Ariel is going to present for us.
Hi, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and members of the public. Thank you so much for being here today. So the first code section that I would like to go through is 2502 permits and other planning actions. Let me just pull that up really quick. So this is to come back from, we had done a presentation back in February, and the main concerns here was to make sure we were addressing all mobile vendors and into our code. So a lot of the text changes has to do with that. And then there's a couple specific ads that came from our discussion then. The first was item 2 under B was mobile vendors or food trucks shall comply with San Benito County Title 5.03 county taxes. Item 3, mobile vendors or food trucks shall post their required vendor permits and business license on the outside of the truck, cart, or stand. This is, again, another way for us to check. We added to make sure that they were out of the public right-of-way, so we're not having those nuisances. And then 6 was another addition, and it was mobile vendors or food trucks out of compliance with these standards will be subject to Title I general provisions code enforcement. So those were the main changes here. And now to go into 2508 standards for specific uses and areas. There were 2 code sections modified. One was under 2508.025 mineral resource area development regulations. When we had previously adopted the code back in 2022, we mainly had carried over this code section. In between then and now, we had updated our mineral resource, our 19.13 surface mining operations reclamation of San Benito Municipal Code to be up to date with the state SMARA requirements. It's not a requirement to have a minimum parcel size. It's not even something that is really the requirements under SMARA. So this is just removing something. I'm not sure why it was in there to begin with. I did research and I couldn't figure out where that came from, or it wasn't anything that's required under SMARA. So it's just to remove that. Then the other section that was updated in 2508.031 was low impact camping. So it was initially a request for staff to work on this that came out of the February 6th Board of Supervisors meeting. There had also been presentation done by HIP Camp at the Economic Development Committee. And so staff connected with Cassandra Pren Bloskitz, and I apologize, Cassandra, if you're online and I pronounced your last name incorrectly, and started to look at what other jurisdictions are doing, what are things we should be considering when we include an ordinance. She actually did a presentation at our Planning Commission in April. We got feedback from the Planning Commission and members of the public, and we then brought back an ordinance in May. And then from there, we got additional feedback from members of the public and HIP Camp and this is where we are today. And I just want to say that this ordinance is really aligns with our general plan, agritourism, uses of ag parcels, and I think it was a good collaboration of the public and everyone. So here is what we came up with, and look forward to hearing what the board and members of the public have today. So basically, it would now allow the county to have low impact camping as a permitted use as long as they follow these regulations. And so it could include tent camping, glamping, dry RV camping, yurts, or something similar. It is allowed in AR, AP, RR, and RT zones. The requirement was 1 campsite per acre, up to 9 campsites, and that's also what's allowed under the state legislation 620. What came out of conversation was no more than 6 campers permitted per campsite. That campsite shall be set back a minimum of 100 feet from property lines, that the property owner shall maintain sanitation facilities that are fully self-contained or connected to a permitted sewage disposal system serving the property, and that at least one ADA restroom shall be provided. This was actually something that came out of those meetings, was making sure that there was availability to all residents and visitors. All solid waste shall be removed from the premises after each occupancy. An on-site trash receptacle shall abide by applicable animal protection trash best practices or requirements. No on-street parking shall be permitted in connection with a low-impact camping site. For operational regulations, we included temporary sleeping accommodations, and that we wanted to make sure that no temporary sleeping accommodation will be used for permanent human occupancy, that they could not exceed 14 consecutive nights per camper. The number of nights was actually a discussion. We had started with 7 and then went to 14. For noise, they have to abide by our noise control regulations, and that no amplified sound equipment or live music shall be permitted between the hours of 10 and 7. Again, the discussion was we, really wanted to make sure that it wasn't bothering neighbors around. In addition, communal recreational fire pits. There was a lot of discussion about this. They wanted to allow one wood burning fire pit, that it would be a communal fire pit. It'd be something that was regulated by the property owner or a manager, and then they could have other. And that they were doing training for the fire department or CAL FIRE to operate. And then, in addition, for the communal recreational fires and fire pits that, and this all came from I connected with our fire marshal. Recreational fires are not to be wider than 3 feet in diameter and 2 feet in height. Recreational fires should not be conducted within 25 feet of a structure or combustible materials. This is all coming just straight from fire code, just for clarification. Open burning bonfires or recreational fires shall be constantly amended until the fire is extinguished. A minimum of 1 portable fire extinguisher with a minimum of 4A rating or other approved on-site fire extinguishing equipment such as dirt, sand, water barrel, garden hose, or water truck shall be available for immediate utilization. Portable outdoor fireplaces and barbecues shall be used in accordance with the manufacturer's instructions and shall not be operated within 15 feet of a structure or combustible materials. The last requirement, the business license holder shall obtain and maintain in good standing a certificate issued from the tax collector or auditor's office for transit occupancy tax, TOT. Our county's is 12%, whether the business license holder collects TOT directly or through a third-party platform. And I actually would like to just provide the board an update that we have already, with Hip Camp, have received a draft agreement. It is in process, going through, met with Joe Paul, and it is it's been sent to legal to review, and we're hoping to have that agreement finalized and brought to an August Board of Supervisors meeting. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions. I know that there are members of the public that are interested in providing the public comment. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We're going to open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, we'll start with Irene Davis.
Good afternoon. My name is Irene Davis, and I'm the board president for Visit San Benito County, and we are a local destination marketing organization. So we are in favor of this camping ordinance and really excited that it'll open up a lot more opportunities for tourists to stay with local people, so they'll hear about other things that they can do locally, and I think it'll generate a lot more tax revenue for us in the county and the city. And just really excited that this is happening so quick. I first heard about it at the Economic Advisory meeting earlier this year, and now here it's already coming forward and everyone's aligned. They're going to collect the TOT tax, so I think it's just awesome. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for your comment.
Next in chambers, Bill James.
Thank you. I'm Bill James. I am a neighbor to the park, the Pinnacles National Park. And there's been a lot of history in South County when it comes to the Pinnacles. Even prior to 1900, there's always been a push in the locals to kind of work with the park. And they always kind of liked the idea of seeing some revenue come in and some sort of partnering. Not too long ago, they became a national park. And in doing that, there's a resolution that they abide by, and one of them is to work with the locals. So that kind of added another brick to it. And then the current superintendent, Stransky, had started asking all the neighbors, would you like to support some of this? You know, mostly what they wanted was parking, to be honest. And so we started kicking around the idea. I was talking to my neighbor, Tim Borland, and I believe he's going to talk here in a little bit. And, you know, we started talking about this idea of the camping. And it made a lot of sense to us, but there wasn't a whole lot of real direction with the county. You know, you would call one person, they go, oh, sounds great. Call another person, I don't know. And so we kind of experimented with it a little bit. And what happened is that we got some real positive feedback from a lot of folks. There's a lot of positives about as far as the camping experience. It was a lot of positives about the park getting a little relief also, because they're booked solid all the time, and it would be a great opportunity. So from my perspective, and the small ranchers, because we have a small ranch, we're not going to pay the taxes on the cattle. It's just, you know, some years are better than others, and it's just not going to work out. We need to supplement that somehow, and this seems to me to be a very good way to do that. You know, and if there's any questions about anything, I'd be glad to answer that. But most of all, I'd just like to say that this is a great idea as far as we're concerned, as a family and as a group. Some of the other ranchers don't care for that so much, you know, but I think, you know, as long as we keep it small, which I think is a good idea, and have somebody on site, which it's said to have, and to control anybody that might get a little crazy out there. Me personally, I'm going to take in maybe 2 people at a time per site. And, you know, that's kind of how I'm going to do it. And you know, that way we can still retain that relationship with the other ranchers. There's some of the families been around for a long time, mine included, some not so much. And, you know, the old ranchers, they just want cows. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Next, Tim Borland.
Howdy, Madam Chair and fellow supervisors. Thanks for having us. As a first-generation family in San Benito County, my kids and I left, my wife and my kids and I left Los Gatos in 2009, and we stumbled upon San Benito County. We never left. And a lot of the reasons why we're still here today is because of agritourism and hospitality. Just like Bill said, there's only so far you can get on cattle. Taxes aren't going down these days. Property taxes are pretty high. And when you have a $50,000+ property tax bill, and then we're in a fire hazard zone of 100 out of 100, so fire insurance is not cheap. we need to figure out multiple ways for revenue. And hospitality became one for us, and it's been awesome. We've had countless people come down to the ranch. They absolutely fall in love with San Benito County. We've even had Dom and his wife down with their horse at the ranch, and it's beautiful land, beautiful country. We have a national park right in our backyard, and there's no reason why there's not more opportunity and potential for agritourism and hospitality. I also, with Irene, I'm vice president of Visit San Benito. We're really pumped about pushing and promoting hospitality in San Benito County. Our little slogan is unique places and wide open spaces where you can relax and play the cowboy or your way, right? But we know that San Benito has a lot of potential, and that's why Irene and I and several others, we've come together, and we don't get anything out of this deal other than we're on the Visit San Benito board, not for us. We don't take a penny from the board. We're on it because we know and believe in the county and in the tourism and hospitality potential. Believe it or not, I was just telling Abraham, you know, we went through this whole process of getting our use permit for weddings and small events, but honestly, we can only put about 25 people in the houses. Without the campground, people don't want to get married on a ranch. People don't want to have family reunions. I didn't realize when Cassandra at Hip Camp, or her team, contacted us and said, hey, Hip Camp's a great thing. You guys should check it out. It's like, I don't really want to be in the camping business. I don't see that being a real benefit for us. But it turns out that camping has become an incredibly strong leader into, honestly, I've talked to a lot of the wedding guests and a lot of the brides and grooms. They're the younger hipsters. And I said, hey, how'd you find us? And they said, we went to Google and typed in places to get married, ... with camping. And boom, you guys popped up. Like, we were so excited to have a place where we can get married and all of our friends can come and camp and play and stay. So I stand here before you today and tell you that so I'm also the owner of Barasi Ranch, owner, founder. My family's been at this. All right, we're first generation, and I would tell you we're going to have a really hard time making it without agritourism and hospitality and the underlining sleeper, sneaker factor and all that I totally underestimated and undermined was camping. So I really hope that you all see the value in that, and please support our cause. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And I have one on Zoom. Cassandra, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. Thank you. My name is Cassandra Pren-Vasilakis, and I support the Government and Community Relations team at Hip Camp. Thank you, Chair Kuro and San Benito County Supervisors, for the opportunity to share comments and feedback on the county's proposed low-impact camping ordinance. I'm here today to share Hip Camp's support for the county's work on this topic and for the ordinance before the board this afternoon. We really appreciate your attention to the benefits of rural recreation. We appreciate the thoughtful conversations that have taken place on this topic to date, and the Planning Commission and Planning and Land Use Division's work on the proposed ordinance. For folks who aren't familiar, we partner with landowners in all 50 states and across 4 countries to open access to private lands for public recreation. Our work is focused on increasing access to the outdoors and on enabling private landowners, including and especially farmers and ranchers, to participate in and benefit from their local recreation and tourism economies. About 80% of the folks that we partner with use the supplemental income they earn hosting guests to pay their property taxes, as you heard, support innovative and sustainable land management practices, and generally invest in their land and agricultural operations. In San Benito County, we partner with a community of folks who are invested in seeing small-scale incidental camping allowed on private property, and we're very supportive of the proposed language before the board this afternoon. It creates an accessible approval pathway for landowners and on appropriate parcels, and it also establishes standards that will ensure camping areas are well managed. We think this is a really exciting opportunity for rural landowners, for agritourism operators, for small business owners, and for visitors. So we really appreciate your work on this topic and more broadly, and have been really appreciative of the opportunity to participate in the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. That concludes my public comments.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Anybody would like to start
Madam
first?
Chair?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to talk about this in two separate things, basically, because there's the camping and then there's the code ordinance mobile vendor part. And so with the mobile vendor thing, thank you so much for bringing that back and clarifying beyond food trucks. I asked for that and I appreciate that. So I had a question though. I guess is planning and code enforcement I guess, aware of the rules and regulations when it comes to CHP and Caltrans and how that works with maybe a vendor that's on an intersection of a state highway and a county road? Like, do we have clarity on how that would work and that enforcement?
Yes. So that actually, would go to CHP. And I did invite our lovely Robin Leland, our code enforcement officer, in case you did get into code enforcement questions that were a little bit beyond my scope. So she's available as well to answer that. But yes, it would get routed to the correct jurisdiction.
Okay, but I guess, say someone calls the county and says, hey, there's a vendor here, he's not supposed to be here, he's been here more than 4 hours. Does the state have a different set of rules where he's going to be allowed to stay?
If they're in the unincorporated county, then they have to abide by our rules. But we would have to work, our code enforcement would have to work in conjunction with CHP to then go handle that particular case.
Okay. Got it.
Does that answer? Or
yeah, I think so.
could better
I guess so. If they're in the county, even if they're along the state highway, we just have to go through CHP to deal with it, right?
Yeah, we have to partner.
Okay.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, and then switching gears to the low impact camping. This is awesome. Love to see it. So I'm really supportive of this. I think it's great. I had a couple questions though. Some question about clarity with the fire aspect of it. It says, basically one recreational fire pit, right, per campsite, but then it says you can bring portable outdoor fireplaces. So what is that? I don't understand.
That's like the gas.
Just like a gas stove, like a little camping stove?
Yes.
Okay. No, they're calling it a fireplace. Okay. And then it also says there's required ADA restroom. Is that per site, per property?
Site.
Like 9 campsites on one property, you need 9 ADA restrooms?
No, just one for the APN.
And is that I guess if we don't, are we required to require that, or are we just requiring that?
This ordinance is going to require that, and that had come out of the discussion, but from the commissioners when they really wanted to make sure that this was going to be available for all persons.
Okay, well, I mean that's fine. To me, not everyone can do everything all the time. I don't know if it's necessary. I think it might be kind of restrictive to some landowners that want to get into this and don't necessarily have an ADA restroom set up. But I suppose it's fine. Just my own opinion on it. So that's
have
all.
Portable ADA restrooms. So
okay,
yes,
got it.
Supervisor Sotelo.
Yeah, thank you. I had some of the same actually questions that Supervisor Zenger did. So it's the ordinance itself. We don't have to have the ADA. It's that the Planning Commission wanted the ADA. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, it was input that came out of that, and it could be removed.
Did we have any property owners that provided feedback on how feasible it was for them to provide, to me, that could be a selling point, right? Is that I offer ADA accessibility, and so I can market it that way, but maybe my neighbor isn't able to offer that. And so it seems like, I don't know, is there any owners that provided any feedback or anything like that?
Yes, Tim Borland was there and didn't see, feedback was that didn't see an issue with, you would service and get a portable, and when you get a portable, you'd also get an 88 portable. So there didn't seem to be negative feedback that might not work.
Is it the same cost getting both?
I did not look into the cost.
Okay. I just don't want to be restrictive. You know what I mean? Like, I get wanting to be inclusive, and we definitely want to be inclusive, but we also don't want to be restrictive. And so then if there's people, well, I want to do this, but now I can't, and I don't know what the price difference is. So that would be kind of my only. And then I had questions about the fire as well, but everybody seemed okay with it, then I'll be okay with it. So that's it for me. I'm very supportive of it. Thank you.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yeah, thank you. Just on the vendors first, my understanding was that the state, and Robin can certainly elaborate, but because I had asked about the 101, just going off of resident feedback, doing our jobs, the 101 and 129 area had seen a lot of activity of vendors, and I was told that essentially the state, the CHP would handle that. So I would just want to have some clarity on, do we just give a call to CHP or?
My understanding is that we connected with them and notified them, but Robin will clarify.
Hi. So what I was told by CHP and Caltrans is that they periodically will do sweeps of the areas and then they handle it. So essentially they're going to be the first line of defense, where they're going to go and they're going to sweep and tell the people to move along, because you can't be in a state right away. There's no permit for it. There's nothing. You just can't be there. On county, property, that's where I would come in, something like that. And I would just make sure that they adhered to all of our regulations.
Great, appreciate that. Yeah, and I'm all for, having some leeway for mobile vendors. I think there's a place for it. I know in San Juan, for instance, they've been having quite a debate about food trucks, and I think that's a great way to, allow small businesses to get started. So, but we also have to have, and I think this is good, because we also have to have some good restrictions that we actually hold them, to those. So I appreciate all the work on that. And then the low impact camping looks good to me. I know with Tim, we talked to him a couple weeks ago. I said, well, so what are you guys, like city slickers or something? And he said, yeah, kind of. We're kind of like city slickers. But it was just, I think this is I think what they're doing is great. I think our county is perfect for this sort of thing. We should do whatever we can to help these businesses sustain themselves and have success. And I think there's something with this camping thing too. There might be just something really special about this opportunity in this particular community. I know the Dam family has had the camping in the Pinnacles area as well. And so yeah, we have the lack of hotels, but this might be a way for us to kind of get there gradually, I guess. And as far as the bathrooms, I mean, we just have to provide ADA bathrooms. I don't, the state's going to require that at some point. Whether they require it now or not, in today's world, you have to provide those bathrooms, and so there's opportunities for everybody. So I would prefer that we just make sure that we keep that in there. It's just got to be part of the cost of doing business, I think, in today's world especially. Other than that, though, whatever we can do to, this is really, when I've talked about branding ourselves as home of Pinnacles National Park, it wasn't about cramming more people into Pinnacles National Park because there's no more room for any more people into Pinnacles. It was about creating opportunities for businesses like Tim's and other businesses that I think are getting the tangential benefits of us promoting this area in that way. So I think everything looks good, though. That's all. Thanks.
I can add that I guess through the HIP camp, you can offer as an option ADA. So if just for consideration between the different perspectives. So.
Okay, great. Supervisor Gonzalez.
This is what I call a win-win for the county, whereas we're writing up the policy and the ordinance that covers what's already a demand in the community. So thank you. And then being able to work with the Pinnacles to help them expand on their visitorship is awesome. And the opportunity to be able to provide the neighbors of the Pinnacles the opportunity to take advantage of the overflow, because there's always overflow at Pinnacles. And so, as I said, it's a win-win. As to the ADA, being in that population, it's very much appreciative when there are ADA accommodations. And 15, 20 years ago, there was a big push for legal action to make sure that businesses were compliant for ADA. And I would like to be proactive and keep that requirement in there. However we wrote it in, I would like to keep that, maintain that. But as I said, this is a win-win. And as in turn for the side vendors, I'm glad we're finally doing something about that. So thank you. And so if, Robin, we do see a complaint or we see an issue that warrants a complaint, can we initiate it to your office or should we direct it to the CHP ourselves? What would you suggest?
If it appears like that it's clearly on state property, I would direct it towards the state, most likely Caltrans or CHP.
Okay.
And then if it's on county, you would direct it to me, and then I would do what I can legally to have a move along or get permitted.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. But thank you, staff, for all that you're doing. You know, as I said, win-win. Thank you.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yeah, I just had a follow-up question. I remembered when we talked about this last time, we pointed out how a lot of the mobile vendors are only on weekends and we don't enforce on weekends. But we talked about, I believe, following up on that and starting a conversation about how we could make that happen. Are we working on that?
Yes, Henny can answer that question. Thanks so much.
All right, sorry, can you repeat that really quick?
The question?
Yes.
Yeah, just about code enforcement being able to enforce on the weekends.
So that would be a meet and confer because we'd have to
Yes.
change the language in the job specification to indicate that it have a special requirement. It's virtually meet and confer, which means the unions would have to provide the county what the impact would be, but it's not something that can't be negotiated.
So we haven't started that yet?
We have not, no.
Okay. I guess is it appropriate now to, I guess, can we say? that
We
we're gonna
actually, this
start
was
that?
something that was brought up some time ago, so I would say that this is just a follow-up on a request from about a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
Because we had this conversation about vendors and weekends. So if we can come up with options, not just necessarily it being staff, whether it be maybe contract, on-call, or something where we can bring it back to the board for consideration with what those options could be for the best bang for the buck. Any comments?
I agree. It kind of underscores the need for help in code enforcement because, like a lot of our departments and in law enforcement, it's can't have. We need some help. So it's just we're tight but I do think code enforcement in particular is an area where we can't just expect the world out of Robin. We need to get her some help.
Okay, so if there's no more comments, Cassandra, I'm assuming you're still on and can hear in Zoom land. I can't believe that we met at CSAC in November of 2022. That's how long ago it was where I met you and started this conversation of, so what's Hip Camp? And I had no idea what Glam Camp was. I didn't have any idea of any of this. So this was an educational adventure for me, and I just wanted to thank Hip Camp and their team for bringing to our attention all the different ordinances from the different counties. It was very helpful in helping staff. Also, the number of Zoom meetings that we had to be able to even start to understand how this would fit into our current and existing ordinances. So I really want to thank staff on that too. My only concerns, I had some of the concerns were brought up by the board members. Do we have clauses for misuse? So property rights are so important, and ensuring that our ordinance gives property owners the authority for individuals to not squat longer than their paid time and choose not to leave. I just want to make sure that we have what you need in the ordinance to ensure law enforcement, code enforcement can make sure that these are successful businesses for our local residents. If it gets to a point that we want to look at fines where people are abusing, I don't know from other counties and organizations if they've had that. So I just want to keep that in mind for future, if there are issues, that we could have that for the property owners to have a right. I think I was really happy to hear about the permitted on the waste making sure that they have a permit for their waste. That's really important. So it's not just, portable units, but if they are using a septic system, that it is a permitted septic system. That's going to be something that will unfortunately possibly cause some issues for some. We just want to make sure that it's safe and that we're keeping our drinking water safe. I do completely support the ADA units. I think it's going to come back and be something that the state will be requiring, so I'm fine with that. When it comes to the other item with the vendors, coming up with a way where we have repeat offenders in locations, maybe thinking of having signage that's put up, so they're being warned before we call, and maybe some sort of contact and tying these code enforcement items to where our business license tax is and health department has a say, so that we're communicating amongst each other when we get information about misuse, that we're also informing and educating the public about how they can do it the right way.
And to add to that, we can adopt this, but if we're having specific locations that are just nonstop, we can come back with exclusion zones that they cannot do vendors at these locations. So we can, we can continue to monitor that, and then if
I like that idea. Okay. I like that idea, because there are some areas, and we know that there's some repeat areas where we might have to take another tactic. I just want to keep those avenues open so that we're promoting these vendors, but we're not also having it being abused.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, with that, any other comments? Everybody good? Okay, can I get a motion?
I'll move to approve per staff recommendation.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 5-0. Congratulations. I'm really happy on this.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so that's the end of public hearing. So I'm going to close the public hearing. It is 2:30. Not bad, 1 hour. Let's take 5, because then we're going to go to consent and then the future agenda items. So 5 minutes, please. To come back. My 5 minutes on that.
I do. At 408-691.
Okay, coming back from our recess. I'm getting the nod. We're going to move to the consent items that were pulled. We're going to start with item number 1.1, Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes, and my apologies for both of these items. I looked at them initially without my glasses on, and I saw an extra zero, so I saw 975,000 for item 1.1 and 960 for 1.2. So I had to go back and look, and I'm like, whoa. So my apologies, no issue. I will move to approve both of these items if I can do both in one lump sum.
So that would be 1.1 and 1.2.
Yes, and I believe I was the only one that pulled them. Yes.
Can I get a second to approve?
Second.
So I'm going to give that to Supervisor Sotelo. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's a 5-0 on 1.1 and 1.2. Thank
No
you.
worries, Supervisor Gonzalez.
Supervisor Gonzalez. Okay, so now moving on to 1.4. So Dana, I believe, is going to come up.
That was not an eyesight oversight on yours, so.
All right, yes, and there are, I think, 4 that were pulled.
That's correct. So let's just start with 1.4 and we'll go from there.
Okay.
And the same concern that I have goes to all of those items that I had pulled. I know you inherited a great deal there when you took over behavioral health. And part of the concerns that this board has had in the past was our continued relationship with vendors from out of the area, primarily Alameda County and so forth. So my question was why? Why are we continuing with this vendor? And is there no one else to provide any services locally that can do this for us?
Sure. So the first one, item 1.4, the contract is for Crisis Support Services of Alameda County. And we are not the only county that actually contracts with them for the after-hours response. So each county behavioral health system is required to have 24/7 access for community members to call if they're experiencing a mental health crisis or they need some type of support. So currently there is no local agency to my knowledge, and I'm pretty certain that even if I did extensive research in San Benito County, that we do not have an entity that provides this type of service. So it's the after-hours crisis support for community residents.
And in your capacity as the department head, have you seen that they are fulfilling the needs of the community?
Yes, so we get a report, a daily report of a log of the calls, and I scan those, and our other managers review them. And so the calls vary from clients that are in crisis, community members that are in crisis. Sometimes our current clientele just needs to relay a message, and they want to speak to a live person that can transfer that care when our staff come on site the next day. So yes, they are meeting the needs, and we have an audit for these types of after-hours calls per the state, and we have been found to be in compliance.
Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and trust your judgment on this.
Okay.
But again, that's kind of the basis why I pulled the other items as well, not necessarily that reason, but you inherited a mess out there, and so I just want to make sure that the board is being heard. Some of the previous concerns, whether they're still existing.
Sure.
So I thank you. So I'll go ahead and move to approve per staff recommendation for 1.4.
Second.
I'll give that one to Cosmicky.
All right.
Yay.
Just kidding.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's a 5-0. Okay. So now moving on to 1.9.
Yes.
Welcome back.
Okay, and then this one, the contract is for $370,000. So, and I do see that there was a reforming of the Dr. Wanted organization. So let me go to that item to see specifically what I had on that 1.9. So what was the reorganization about with Dr. Wanted? Did they have a change in leadership or something, or change in their organization?
So with this contract, I know that we have had this contract for some time. I'm not sure if they, it looks like they changed their name from formerly just the Dr. Wanted altogether to now DRW Healthcare Staffing. So it sounds like they're trying to kind of professionalize perhaps their name a bit. This psychiatrist is one of our only psychiatrists who provides in-person services, and he has provided excellent and quality care to our clientele. We are required, again, by the state, by the Department of Healthcare Services, to have network adequacy when it comes to psychiatric care, as well as all of our other therapeutic components. And so we've had this contract in place, and clients have been very positive about their services that they have been receiving with the psychiatrists that we contract with this particular agency.
Okay, thank you for that explanation, and that's what my comment was to explain. So thank you for doing that. So I'll go ahead and move to approve per staff recommendation on 1.9 as well.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's a 5-0. So now moving on to 1.11. Okay.
And on this one, it was a different concern, is that why didn't these invoices get paid in 2020? Was it something within your department, again, that you inherited because 2020 was well before your time? Or was it something more specific with the auditors in terms of not billing within that fiscal period? I mean, what was the issue?
Sure. So I did a little bit of research into this, and it was a few issues. So apparently this vendor invoices on a calendar year as opposed to the fiscal year. So that makes things a little tricky to track. And then as you kind of been referencing, our department has been challenged a little bit with capacity. So just having enough capacity to do the slicing and dicing that they need to do to make sure, as you know, we're kind of terming out with the fiscal year and we're mid-contract calendar year, that all of that is lining up. And so there are, this vendor was maintaining our electronic health record, and there were associated fees, licensing fees, and other fees that were part of the contract. But again, it had to do kind of twofold with a timing issue, and then a little bit, I will be honest, about our staff capacity needing to be really on top of managing the invoices. And then sometimes it's hard to predict really to the penny what we will be spending. And so then these invoices came after the close of the fiscal year, and so we weren't able to pay them because the contract had expired. So that's why I'm here today to ask for a resolution so we can pay the past invoices.
I want to make sure that we maintain our credit.
Yes, me too.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. So I'll go ahead and move to approve this one also, that we go ahead and pay the past due invoices dating back to 2020 per staff recommendation.
Can I get a second? Okay.
Second.
And all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Don, were you and I? I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. Didn't hear it. Okay, we're moving on to 1.14, Supervisor Gonzalez, and welcome back. Hello.
Okay, so I saw this is the first amendment for the contract for the Healthcare Services, Department of Healthcare Services. So what do they typically provide for us, and what's the benefit that we yield from this contract?
So, Supervisor Gonzalez, this is actually a contract that our county behavioral health department has with the State Department of Healthcare Services. This allows us to operate the specialty mental health program for Medi-Cal beneficiaries. So all counties that provide specialty mental health care are required to enter into this agreement. There are a lot of changes happening right now under CalAIM, California Advancing, I think it's Innovations and Medi-Cal Services, and we've been under payment reform. The behavioral health transformation is coming into play. So there's just a lot of dynamics, a lot of things that are involved at the state level. We pretty much, to be honest with you, have to be in contract with this Department of Healthcare Services in order to provide specialty mental health care. And because there are going to be ongoing changes that are happening again under payment reform and other areas, if the board would allow how the resolution, I think there was staff recommendation is mentioned that you could give authority to our CAO or designee to also to sign future amendments related to this contract. Again, this is required by the state, and they are kind of fine-tuning and amending things that we don't really have a lot of control over, unfortunately.
As I said, I know you inherited a lot, when you took over this position, so I thank you for being brave enough to take on the challenge, but I just have to ask the questions. Why?
Sure.
Okay, so again, I will go ahead and withdraw my opposition and move to approve per staff recommendation.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's a 5-0. Okay, moving on to 1.16. Thank you, Dana.
Okay, I asked for this one to be pulled because it's an amount of $30,000 to cover legal expenses, and so which cases are those referring to, reflecting? Because I didn't see that in the documentation, and is this specifically related to the move to privatize county council, or is this something independent of that?
Oh, sorry, can you use your mic, please? Microphone. We need to get that fixed. It's stuck in the desk.
Yeah, it's just to
I can't hear you. Is your mic not working?
I don't think it's working.
There it is. It's just to cover a small shortfall in the
So the work was covered by contract, but it wasn't, it just wasn't, the fees weren't adequate enough to recoup this loss?
Correct. It's not a 30,000. That was just a number picked by office staff to.
I can speak to it.
Okay.
They're regarding personnel investigations. It's work that's already been done.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
So that's why the names, the cases weren't listed, yes.
Correct.
Okay. Then move to approve per staff recommendation on item 1.16.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's a 5-0. Okay, so we are going to move on to item 1.37 was pulled by Supervisor Sotelo.
Yeah, I just pulled the item. I just kind of wanted clarification, and I kind of wanted to understand it a little bit better. It appeared that Public Works was paying for all of the gas for the entire county, and Steve was being really nice and taking it out of salaries and benefits, and so I just kind of wanted to hear how it was kind of working.
Yeah, great question, and I learn constantly about our accounting procedures and protocols. Because there's a lot of moving parts in the background in a good way. But so in the past, if we looked at we were doing budgeting, for example, for this next fiscal year, the old policy was to say, okay, during the current year, Public Works vehicles have spent $300,000 and other departments have spent $250,000 in fuel. So 550 total in this example. Well, our budget was just $300,000 for fuel for Public Works. And then the year would happen, and as folks use fuel, they do some paperwork and they kind of feed into reimbursing for payments as we pay invoices. Well, this past year, the policy changed. So instead of just budgeting the $300,000 for public works vehicles, which we did, we should have actually budgeted $550. And don't quote me on the numbers, but we should have quoted $550 for the year for that budget. And then the $250 comes in as revenue to feed that fund and goes into the department after that. So instead of budgeting just our costs and then reimbursements happen, we actually budget everybody's costs, but the reimbursements still happen. So does that make sense?
It makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. I was just concerned that you were, you were kind of having to take care of everybody's fuel bills. And I thought, well, that's not really fair. How can we find a better way? But it sounds like there is. It's just we're doing it through reimbursements. So
yeah, perfect.
All right, perfect. Thank you. I move to approve as recommended.
Second.
Okay, I'm going to give that to Gonzalez because I heard Cosmicky also.
I just said so.
Oh, yeah, okay, not all the way to the second. Okay, but all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, 5-0. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
And nice to hear that you're learning how all that stuff works because I had to go through that too. That wasn't fun. Keep it up. Okay, moving on to item 1.42. This was pulled by Supervisor Cosmicky.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, I do this every time, but just that, first of all, we don't have a development agreement for this particular project, correct?
Not yet.
Okay.
But there has been works in the background. But currently, you're correct, we do not have a DA.
But this is another one of those where we just essentially don't have discretion. It's been approved.
Correct. It was approved several years in the past, and they provided their compliance documents, and there's not a lot of discretion for the board at this point. But.
Okay, and as far as development agreements go, as long as I asked about that, is that something that works its way first through the planning commission, or is there, what's the mechanism to move
So, great question. I don't, I know I've been giving input on the DA, but I think does it go first through planning and then the board? I think it's a process. Is that correct? Yes. So the answer is first goes to planning commission and they provide I'll let
Welcome, Abraham.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for the question. Appreciate it. We collaborate with Steve a lot when it comes to this. And yeah, so first it come to planning. We review it, goes to planning commission, recommendation to the board. Yes.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Move to approve as recommended, if that's okay, unless there's,
All second.
all right.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's a 5-0. Okay, moving on to item number 1.43. Sheriff Taylor.
I apologize for this one, Sheriff Taylor. I know I said I wasn't going to pull it, but your explanation was to me directly, and it was a great explanation, so I just want you to share it with the rest of us. So I know that there's a time frame that you had to bring this item before us to make a decision, but you are proactively going to try to go to an RFP or some other format, correct?
Yes, and this is something that we actually discussed with the CAO prior directly, just to raise this concern. I know that Dana has concerns as well, and I'll just tell you candidly, I have concerns. But the problem is that this is a very small space with options, and with staffing on the administrative side, we didn't make it out to RFP this time. On the other side, one of the main reasons for that is I had been approached a couple years ago by the new administration of Hazel Hawkins, and they had an interest in taking over the medical in the jail at a far reduced rate with better coverage. Really, the main thing that we need is 24-hour coverage. And so we had started those talks with them, and then show me your surprise faces, but the things with the hospital took a left turn on us. And so this is really kind of a move of desperation on our part to give us another year to either try to figure out if things are going to stabilize with the hospital, if we have other options locally that we could look at, or but regardless, we will be going out to, whether the hospital stabilizes or not, we're going to go out to RFP in this next year to see what we can do better. This is a contract that services not only the jail but juvenile hall. So we've been working with the probation chief on this. One of the things that I will tell you is that out of the blue, they came at us with this social inflation adjustment, which was, I don't remember, Commander, it was just under $500,000 just for that. We pushed back on that. The social inflation adjustment had to do with litigation across the country that they're having to absorb. So it's kind of like we're being penalized for what others have done. So I wrote a letter back to their leadership at WellPath CFMG and explained that we are not the cause of any of these actions against them, so we should not be paying for any of it. So they came back at basically a 50% rate. They took it down to $240,000. So that $240,000 is, yeah, it's great that it's been reduced to that, but that hit us. I mean, that came out of left field, to be honest with you. And for context as well, one thing that our office did, thanks to Renee Hinkler with probation that works out of our jail, who had the foresight for us to put in for a grant. So we put in for a grant through a thing called CalAIM. There's a CalAIM initiative that's I guess you can say it's an unfunded mandate, but there was a grant attached to it that we applied for. Not everybody did, but we applied for and we were awarded the grant. So I think between us and probation, we got just over $3 million to help. So without getting too long-winded about it, we are required to offer Medi-Cal services to the people in our custody. And those Medi-Cal services have to be offered at intake, and also we have to join them with services upon release. Well, we intake and release people 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, but we didn't have anybody there. We're pretty confident that the grant is going to cover the FTE increase that we're asking for. We had 3 different options. We had our option, which we would really like to get to in the future, which is an RN 24 hours a day. Through our discussions with the CAO and with staff, though it's not the most comfortable thing for us, we landed on option 3, which was the cheapest of the 3 options, which was an LVN to help with distributing medication on weekends and nighttime when there isn't anybody there to do it. And I'll tell you that our staff has been doing that, and that cannot happen. So we are pretty confident that the CalAIM grant is going to cover that increase, but it's that social inflation increase that we're going to have to figure out or eat it, or I don't know.
So are the funds coming out of yours and probation's budget, or is that out of the general fund?
Ultimately, it's general fund, but it comes out of both of our budgets. I don't think there was a request for a budget increase on this. I think this is going to be absorbed. We're going to have to figure out how we're going to absorb it. And I think the lion's, well, really half of it should be taken up by a grant. So we really would be looking for that other increase that we would have to, between our office and the probation department, we have to figure out where we're going to cut or what we're going to trim to be able to come up with that money. But, and just for future, Kelly Kennedy did a lot of analysis on this, and she brought this up at her fiscal managers conference, and it's more common for, gosh, I've stood in front of you all many times and told you about the stuff I don't want to do. But it is more common for medical services to come out of Health and Human Services or behavioral health. Really, we're running a jail, and we're required to provide medical services, but we're not the medical professionals. So at some point, and I think that's where we were trying to bridge with Health and Human Services and Hazel Hawkins to let the medical experts look at these contracts, let the medical experts figure out what's really needed, let the medical experts weigh in on this. It's the same thing we've kind of done with IT lately, trying to get an IT person in our office, but we're leaning on IT for their expertise to select and monitor the person. So I think as we move forward, we really need to bring the medical professionals into this conversation as well, because it's something we have to provide. We don't have a choice. And we're just trying to figure out the best way to do it.
Okay.
Sorry, that was a long answer.
No, that's okay. And again, I had heard your brief explanation previously, but I needed that more for the public to hear it too, because we're looking at a total contract of 2.313 million, and it's just an increase of 540. But I just needed, as we said, we're looking at every penny and what we need to do to cut costs and so forth. But this has to be done. We don't have a choice, and services need to be rendered, and somebody has to pay for them. And so I'll go ahead and move to approve per staff recommendation in item 1.43.
I'm going to give that to Sotelo. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so that's 5-0. Thank you, Sheriff Taylor.
Thank you, Sheriff Taylor.
Okay, so now we're moving on to two very quick future agenda items. And they're from me, so I'll make it real quick. This is item 5.1. I submitted 2 requests for future agenda items. One is a lobbying ordinance. I've been going through and looking at what other counties and jurisdictions do when it comes to creating a database of where lobbyists are in their jurisdiction and what they're lobbying. It's a reporting process that is typically done in conjunction with either the clerk of the Board of Supervisors or the county clerk. My recommendation would be with the county clerk, as they have the software program for this type of reporting. This would require, and there's so many different ways. It can be very complicated or it can be very simplistic. I'm leaning towards the simplistic side, but I'm open to any feedback from the public and the board members. It would require that if you are a lobbyist and you are lobbying on behalf and being paid, and there's set rates where it's, if you're being paid X amount or higher, that you have to report. I'm not putting any specifications on this right now. I just really want it to be kind of brought back to the board with some options and ideas. That's why I did list multiple jurisdictions and noted the ones that were extremely detailed ordinances, which could cause a lot more burden on staff, versus more simplistic ordinances that just make it possible for the public and elected officials within the county to know who is lobbying and who they're lobbying on behalf of. And so that's my little pitch on that one. And I'm wondering if anyone would consider, if you guys would consider having this come back to the board.
I would.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Zangers. Thank you. Are you?
Yeah, if we could also get the definition of a lobbyist and what that would.
And that, yeah, that they have multiple definitions, and so I think we need looking at what that definition is. Santa Clara County and San Jose City had very clear definitions, so I would look at the links that I provided. Okay, so we vote on this. Can I got a motion and a second over here. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye? Okay. And just a reminder to the public and to staff, these are for future agenda items. This is not saying that we're passing anything. This is just to bring it back and direct staff to move forward on an item for the board's consideration in the future. Okay. So my last one is, well, I won't say it's my last one. It's my last one for today. On January 27th, 2021, the Board of Supervisors presented an initial discussion separating the county clerk, auditor, recorder, or county auditor, controller, clerk, recorder, registrar of voters into 2 separate elected officials. At that time during that meeting, there was discussion of moving forward with looking at consolidation of elected officials or departments or what that could look like. I'm not making any exact recommendations. I'm just asking that it be brought forward. And I apologize, I did not go to public comment on that last item. So let's circle back after I do this one, because I'll bring public up on this one. Because if there is public comment, I want us to hear it. And if we have to take different action, we can. There's been years of conversations about countywide elected versus appointed or consolidating countywide elected. I'm looking at future of succession planning and what that could look like. Also just looking at the financial impact for the county and bringing options to this board and body. I'm going to open it up to public comment, and then I'll bring it back to the board for discussion.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And Elia, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Well, if you're going to go on succession planning, you might as well do the same thing with the Board of Supervisors and have them appoint each other. This is ridiculous. The positions that are there.
Elia, you're cutting out on us. We're going to stop the clock so that you don't lose your time, and let's get your connection a little better for us so we can hear you. No. Do you want to come back on? Because we can't hear you. And you can also submit your comments via email. I'm hearing you break up there. I'm going to give it another second here. So if you can hear me, Elia, I apologize. We cannot hear you.
Hear you, I guess.
Did anyone make that? I couldn't understand that.
See, she sounded like a robot, but she disconnected.
Okay, so we're going to come back to our Zoom comments because I think we have 2 comments coming up here. So any other public comments?
No, it was just her. I don't know about
Your public comment?
Okay. So
can you pull your mic down just so I can hear you better? I think I have like allergies or something today. I'm having a hard time hearing.
So a couple of things. I'm the treasurer, tax collector, public administrator. Basically, as far as succession planning, we report to the constituents, the residents of the county. So there's not really any kind of succession planning. It's up to them to decide who they want to be in those elected positions. Between myself and my office and the auditor controller, we have checks and balances with each other. We don't collaborate with each other on our duties, our tasks, or anything like that. We have checks and balances between the 2 offices, and I think it's important to continue that relationship. And then Joe Paul and I have also spoken regarding saving money, and we don't feel that we have any employees that we could eliminate by consolidating offices, where you could eliminate my position, which is one of the lowest paid elected officials in the county. You still have to ramp up the treasurer, tax collector's office. There's an assistant. In the auditor controller, we need an assistant. In the treasurer, tax collector, and I only have 6 staff members. They each have dedicated tasks, so there's not any kind of some departments. So like San Bernardino, they when they combined, they had 2 IT people, and they didn't need both of them anymore. Well, we don't have those kind of people. Both of our departments, we have very specific duties that we do, and none of them overlap with each other. And then finally, I think a big part of it is that I'm way out by HSA, and Joe Paul is here in the admin office or building, and that makes it very difficult to be under one umbrella. So those are my thoughts with what you're proposing.
Thank you for your comments, and I do want to clarify, I apologize, I misused the word succession planning. I apologize for that. I'm really looking at how streamlining processes, collaborating departments, and looking at what the discussion was back in I believe it was 2021, because there was some conversation that was brought to the board.
I believe that part of that discussion was somebody, Edgar, I think, was here at the time, and he said, when Santa Cruz County consolidated, they didn't need, for example, they had an accounts payable person in the auditor controller's office, and they had a accounts payable person in the treasurer tax collector's office. We don't have that type of overlap.
I have like 5 bills that we pay every month. That's it. We're a very small but a mighty department. And so we don't have anything that we collaborate together on.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments.
I also have Elliot
Good
back online
afternoon, Chair, Board of Supervisors, Joe Paul Gonzalez, Auditor Controller. I just, I was kind of alerted to this item by the chair that, she was planning on bringing it forward for discussion by the board. I just wanted the board to know that I'm a very big proponent of the elective office. The elective office is, in my view, the most accountable to the constituents, not unlike yourselves. If the voters have an opportunity every 4 years to decide, give you a grade, they do the same thing with our elective office: treasurer, tax collector, auditor, controller, the sheriff, the clerk recorder. All of us are elected. We hear it from our constituents. We get a feedback. If not every day, for sure every week. There's something that we hear from them. I know that one consideration would be to bring back for discussion the idea of consolidating the auditor controller with the treasurer tax collector's office and make it an appointive office. And I just want to let the board know that I'm diametrically opposed to that, because it's being elected provides the opportunity to be independent and to do what is the right thing professionally. Both the treasurer, tax collector, the auditor controller, we have to we have to be able to qualify for the office. It's not just a matter of a popularity contest, being a registered voter. We have certain requirements. In my office, you either have to be a CPA, you have to have a degree in accounting from an accredited university. In addition, you have to have 3 years of advanced financial management to qualify for the position. Yes, there's people out there in this community that have those qualifications, and that's what really that's really a striking thing about elective office, is that the electorate really have an opportunity every election to decide who they want. And I have great confidence in the electorate to make the right decisions. And that's why I don't have much, I believe that as far as the consolidation of elective offices, the board has every right to make those determinations. I don't have much to say other than I agree with Ms. Melinda that it doesn't make sense to consolidate the offices.
I'm going to have to say thank you for your comments, because you're 3 minutes.
Since this is an item that discusses the elective offices, directly, I would ask that the board allow me a little leeway here, since I'm not really.
I'll give you another minute.
As a member of the public, I'm talking as an elected official. I think it's very. I don't think it's. I don't think it's important to discuss this item much more than the fact that I don't think it's a good idea myself.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Any other public comment? Yes,
she's back.
She's back on. Okay, great. Let's just start the clock again for 3 minutes.
Elia, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. And as I said earlier, I mean, and the word secession was used, and I don't know how, maybe it was another word you should have used instead of that, Madam Chair. But as the auditor just said, he's qualified because he has the education. And what you're trying to or thinking about doing is you're taking the votes from we the people we the people decide who we want to put in office, because either they're doing a good job or we're going to vote them off because we believe that they're doing a bad job. Now, what you will do, I can see what would happen is you're going to appoint. Or who are you going to appoint? Are you going to appoint on a contract basis some CPA firm out of Los Angeles? Are you going to appoint some retired tax person from San Francisco that'll just work remotely? It's a really bad idea. I don't know why this is even being thought about. I think that you need to respect the people that have voted those people in there. Earlier today, Kosmicki and Supervisor Kosmicki and Zanger. I mean, they said that they didn't trust the auditor to do an independent fiscal analysis. They've also said that they don't trust the sheriff to do his own investigation or how he runs his department.
No, I did say.
So if you're going to appoint someone, then you're going to appoint that person, and that person is going to be under, just like Ignacio Velasquez ran the city. You're going to work under feeder, and all you need is 3 votes to get that person fired. That is not the way to run this county. That is not the way to run government. And this is just simply a really, really bad idea. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any additional?
I have no further public comment.
Okay, with that, this item was not saying we were going to consolidate and appoint. It wasn't saying that we were going to consolidate and have it be an elected. It was saying we should look at it because it was a conversation in the past that was brought up. And I just like to know what the norm is out there in other counties that are similar in size. And so that's why I brought this forward.
Chair.
Supervisor Zanger, he said it first. I saw the look, though. You'll go next. Okay, Supervisor
No, I was just going to
Zanger.
say I support further discussing the whole thing.
I do as well.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
I just feel like this board is going in a direction where we're moving from a general law county to more of a charter.
Are we discussing an actual item or just to
We're
put it
just
on
discussing
consent?
to move, if we move it forward.
And this board is moving in a direction that leads me to believe that the real motive is looking at a charter county option. And
Sorry,
that-
I'm sorry, this is
and
not-
that
we're not
cons-
supposed
that
to debate
cons-
right now.
Supervisor-
Point of order.
that cons-
Supervisor,
point of
okay.
order, I have the floor.
Okay, I'm going to give you the floor, but the item is, do you
The
wish to
item
move
is we are
forward
looking.
with discussion or
We are
not?
looking. Today's agenda alone, we had items on here that are really controversial and that have me concerned as the direction that this board is taking. And these 2 future items, it leads me to believe that we're leaning toward options of a charter county, which is not the direction. It's not on the agenda, but that's just kind of where I feel like you're taking us. And I don't know who the you are because I don't know who's leading these conversations. It certainly isn't me, but I just have some concerns of where we're heading as a board of supervisors in general. So I'm not supportive of this at all.
Okay. Supervisor Sotelo?
So can I ask a quick question with it? So if you were to change it, and so currently it's a vote of the people, and if that were to change, does that have to be voted on by the people, or is that something that this board can change?
It would have to be a vote of the people if we remove it from being an elected office, but that's not necessarily where this is going. This is looking at what could a consolidation look like, what is the most efficient from other counties. So if it did remove it from being elected, it has to go to the vote of the people.
I guess that's just my worry was that it's like, hey,
We don't have the say.
Okay, so that I know there's a long way before you ever get to that point. I just wanted to make sure that like that's where it. If it has to end up, that's where it ends up, is a vote of the people. I'm okay exploring and what it looks like and seeing what other counties doing or that they do. I'm fine with that. It doesn't mean that I totally support it, but that I'm open to at least hearing.
And we may get something out of it that it helps future organizational ideas. It's just an area that was brought up in 2021 that I continued to say it seems like it just never really got discussed, and I'd like to just bring it back with options. So is there a vote to allow this to move forward with staff researching?
Madam Chair, one last comment. I think we need clarification just for future reference on how much dialogue is allowed on something like this. Because it's not an actual agenda item, it's just consideration to put it on the agenda.
I don't think right now in our board rules we have any.
I think it's more of a Brown Act issue.
I don't know.
I thought we
have
weren't
to
even
defer.
supposed to debate these issues that are future agenda items. It's just a yay or nay.
I think we need to put that into the board policy and procedures, and there is an ad hoc on that, so I think that needs to be addressed. The question is, when we do these future agenda items, is there any, are we allowed to do debating like this, or is it just a straight yes or no?
Just about.
Sorry. I know, I'm sorry. There you go.
It should be just a vote to consider whether you're going to talk about it or not. That's all you're doing with the future
Okay,
agenda.
so we need to just make sure that we stick to that in the future, and if I miss on that, I respectfully request council to pull me back in or the clerk of the board. So with that, did I have a first and a second?
Yeah.
Did I? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think that was the first and that was the second.
Okay, so I have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
So that's a 4-1. I do have to go back, though, for just a moment, and council, tell me if I'm off here. I did not open up public comment on that lobbyist or lobbying ordinance. Can I open that up to public comment after the fact right now? So is there any public comment for the lobbying ordinance?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. I do have one on Zoom. Elia, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So I'm accused of being a lobbyist all the time, and I don't get a dime from anybody. There's already a state law that requires all lobbyists to be registered. And if there is a county supervisor who wants to know if John Smith or Juan Martinez is registered as a lobbyist, they can go out and they can research it themselves, as well as the public. I don't understand why you continue to make yourself some busy work when there are some real issues that need to be dealt in San Benito County, and you're just avoiding those and putting them, sweeping them under the rug instead of getting some real work done in San Benito County. You're going to vote as you wish to do so, but I think this is just adding a little bit of work here, a little bit of work there, so you can look like you're busy and you're accomplishing something when there are more issues in San Benito that should be done. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any additional comments?
No.
Okay, with that, can I get a motion to adjourn? I'll give it to first Kosmicki, second Gonzalez. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.